afternoon. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Claudia, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes, thank you. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles de una manera simultánea. Para tener acceso a ese servicio, ustedes van a notar en la parte inferior de su pantalla en medio un globo terráqueo o un símbolo de mundo. Pueden hacer un clic en ese icono y se les va a proporcionar la opción de elegir inglés o español. Favor de elegir el idioma español y de esa manera ustedes pueden disfrutar de esta junta de una manera simultánea. Ahora, si ustedes tienen acceso a una tableta o a su celular y de esa manera están escuchando esta junta, ustedes van a notar 3 puntos en la parte superior de su pantalla a mano derecha o también inferior a mano derecha. Debajo de esos 3 puntos ustedes van a notar una palabra que dice más o more. Hagan un clic en esa palabra, por favor. Y se les va a dar al lanzar el globo terráqueo otro clic y a favor de elegir la opción de español e inmediatamente pueden escuchar esta junta de una manera simultánea. Cualquier duda, estamos a sus órdenes. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Rhonda. Back to you.
Hello and welcome everyone to our July 9th, 2024 Santa Rosa City Council meeting. It is now 12:08 and we will now be starting our meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Okrepke? Councilmember Diana McDonald? Here. Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Stapp is absent. And Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Vice Mayor Stapp and Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you very much. Before going to item 3, I would like to announce that I will be recusing myself of 4.2 due to having a rental property, and I was advised by our city attorney that it is best to do so, and I will now pass it over to Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will also be recusing myself from item 4.2 as I also own a rental property and was suggested by our city attorney to recuse myself out of an abundance of caution.
I will now pass it over to Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Although I own a small business in Santa Rosa, I've been advised by the city attorney that I have no prohibition to, I'm not prohibited for financial interest in participating in this item. So that is because my particular financial interest is not unique from a significant segment of the public order of PPC regulation 18703, so I will be able to participate. That was a mouthful. Thank you, City Attorney.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember McDonald. We'll be moving on to item 3, which are our closed session items for today. We have 3.1, conference with legal counsel about existing litigation. 3.2, conference with real property negotiators. 3.3, conference with real property negotiators. And 3.4, conference with labor negotiators. Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate? Actually, there are no members of the public that are present currently, so we will not be having public comment on this item. And we'll now recess into closed session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Still here.
Councilmember Okrepke? Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez has recused from this item. Vice Mayor Stapp?
Here.
And Mayor Rogers has also recused from this item. So let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of, Mayor Rogers, Councilmember Alvarez, and Councilmember Fleming.
Wonderful. All right, we are continuing item 4.1 to the July 23rd, 2024 regular meeting. Madam City Manager, let's move on to item 4.2.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Item 4.2 is proposed revenue measures.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stapp and members of the council. I'm Alan Alton, the Chief Financial Officer. With me today is Eric Myers. He works for HDL, who is our business tax administrator and who has done a lot of the work reviewing and coming up with options relative to our business tax ordinance. So the presentation that we have, the purpose of this is really to discuss two revenue measures that we intend to put on the November 2024 ballot. The additional revenue that would come from these measures is part of a broader strategy to bring sustainability to our organization, especially the general fund. Other parts of that strategy includes enhancing our economic development and reducing expenditures. For the purpose of this presentation, we'll first discuss TOT, transient occupancy tax, and then move to our business tax. So, as I alluded to, the city is general fund has a rather significant budget crisis. Our deficit for the current or the past fiscal year 23-24, is still projected to end in a deficit. And we adopted the 24-25 budget with a $13.3 million deficit. What that means is that, as we've discussed before, we're into a situation where we are continually drawing down our reserves. We are expecting to exhaust our fiscal stability reserves in the 25-26 year, and the remainder of our available unassigned reserves as early as fiscal year 26-27, unless we make some changes to the budget. So the actions that we've taken so far on the expenditure side is to do a hiring freeze. That's in place, and then the remainder of the expenditure, or at least the plan and some reductions on the expenditure side, will come in the 25-26 budget. What we're dealing with right now is the time crunch that we have to get on the November 24 ballot to be able to address the revenue side of the ledger as part of those options. With these revenues that we're looking at, when we looked at the ordinances, we wanted to be fair and also modernize. Both of these ordinances have not been changed since the early 1990s. So the transient occupancy tax, or TOT, is a general tax that goes into the general fund. It's paid by visitors renting rooms in lodging establishments, so hotels, motels, short-term rentals, etc. The chart that we have here shows where Santa Rosa is right now, with its current rates, we have the lowest TOT rate in the county. I also looked at some cities outside the county that neighbor us, or areas that were nice and were lower than those as well. We also have two business improvement area assessments that are charged. One is the Santa Rosa Tourism Business Improvement Area. That is a 3% assessment that the city established by ordinance in 2010 in accordance with the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989. This assessment is actually assessed to the lodging businesses, and they are generally, if not always, passed on to the visitors that come in. It's a 3% assessment. It goes to hotels, motels, short-term rentals. The second one that we have is the Sonoma County Tourism BIA. The city joined that by contract in 2004, along with several other cities that we see up there, and that's a 2% assessment. So when you include our 9% TOT and the 5% of BIA costs that are typically passed along to the visitors, you're looking at a 14% overall rate that comes on somebody's hotel bill. I should note that of those BIAs, none of them go into the general fund except for a nominal 2% administration fee off the gross revenues that come in. For the Santa Rosa Tourism BIA, 30% goes to an economic development special fund, and then 70% goes to the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber and I believe the Visit Santa Rosa program. With the Sonoma County Tourism BIA,
Alan, can we hold on, with apologies, can we hold on for a second? I think we have a closed captioning situation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One moment, please.
Thank you.
Thanks for everyone's patience. We'll have this resolved in just a moment.
It'll be just another moment. IT is working on the fix.
Madam City Clerk, are we good to go?
It looks like the closed captioning should be showing up on the screen on the monitor.
There we go. We're all set. Thank you very much. Thank you, IT. Alan, please continue.
Sure, thank you. So again, with the Sonoma County Tourism, and I put the slide back for there, that assessment only goes to lodging establishments that generate more than $350,000 in revenue, so it's generally hotels and motels. It's not charged to short-term rentals. BIA fees are typically, they go toward tourism, promoting the area, and the like. The Sonoma County Tourism, those dollars that go in, 100% go back to Sonoma County Tourism. The item that we are proposing has no changes to the BIAs. They stay as they are. So this slide will show where Santa Rosa will be in relation to the other cities if we raise the TOT from 9% to 11%. It would, because we have the 5% of BIA assessment fees, it would raise the total amount incurred or to the lodger by up to 16%. So it would be tied with Healdsburg as the highest in the county. We estimate the revenue to be about 1.5 million. I know in the past we talked about it being approximately 2 million. However, looking at where our revenues are headed with that, I think it's would probably be prudent to knock that down to 1.5 and be a little more careful there. So again, that is what we're proposing for TOT. There's not a lot of nuance with it. It's just simply raise the rate, generate more revenue into the general fund. The next slide will go into the business tax part, which is a little bit heftier, but I can take some questions now if you have them. If not, I'll just keep moving forward. All righty.
I'll throw that to council. Any questions on TOT specifically? Ellen, I'll ask one.
Yeah.
With the TOT increase, was there any outreach to local hotels or Sonoma County Tourism? Has there been any feedback from the hospitality industry?
There has been feedback. And I think you saw some of it with the correspondence that came in with this item. The specific outreach to them, no. I have had conversations with some over email, answering whatever questions that I could. I know some of the TOT questions came up in meeting with the chamber. So from that standpoint, that it's been limited from there.
Thank you. We can move on to the business tax. Oops, apologies. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do have a couple quick questions for you. Under the BIA local and the BIA county, I'm just calculating it based upon what we would be getting in revenue is 1.5 million on the 2% increase. Does that mean that the combined money that we send out on our TOT is about $3,750,000, or is it less than that?
It is, I want to say it's around, let's see here. I'm trying to, you know what, let me Let me get you the right number.
Okay.
I've got one in my head.
I'm
but
just doing it straight percentages based on the increase
Yeah.
versus what actually might be going out, and this is why I ask it.
Yeah.
Depending on what we're sending out to these two entities, and I know this is something we've discussed in long-term finance, is what are we getting for the money that we're investing in those two entities back to the city of Santa Rosa for tourism and for our own benefit. And I think this is an important one to know as we move forward on a TOT, if that's the decision of the council, because if in fact we are spending that much money to outside entities, would it behoove us to bring those services in-house and be able to retain that money in our general fund due to our, impending deficits? And so I know that's something that they're diving into, but I'm not sure if all of council's aware that we're actually reviewing sort of what we're getting for those services in addition to how much we actually are spending in those two percentages that go out.
Right. So yes, and I do know that that at least with our local BIA, the Santa Rosa Tourism one, we partner with them to help with events. All of that is promoting the area, bringing tourism and visitors in. We expect the same out of Sonoma County Tourism, the same way, just on a broader scope. So those are areas where it would, that's what I know of what we get in return for that. And I don't know if the city manager wants to, that's it. I think what we could do is I could reach out to both of those tourism organizations and get a more of actual what are the things that are planned in Santa Rosa, especially with the county tourism one, but also with the Santa Rosa local one as well, and provide that to the council.
Yeah, I think it's important for us to know our return on investment. If we're asking people that are coming here to visit, to pay into this, what is our return on those investments, and how does it affect us if we were to shift those things around? Not saying that that's something we should do. Perhaps we're bringing in a lot more revenue for what we're actually expending in those two funds, but I think it is something that's been brought up in the past. I can recall other council members asking for this information. I guess from you, Alan, what I'd want to know is how much we actually spend to those two entities based on this current structure.
Yeah, and I'll have that exact number for you. I actually have it. I just forgot to bring it here, so I apologize for that. We'll shoot it out to the full council after this meeting.
Thank you.
I would say, I think that, any partners that we can have to benefit our tourism, to benefit bringing people into Santa Rosa itself is a huge benefit to us. My hesitation is just that I know they can explain it a lot better than I can, and so I will work with them so that we can get that explanation to the council.
Thank you.
And we can move on to the business tax. Thanks, Alan.
All right. So the city's business tax, and I want to right up front, and you'll probably see in some other slides, we want to distinguish this. We have a general business tax, and then we have the cannabis industry tax, which is a completely different ordinance in the city code. We are not doing anything relative to the cannabis industry tax. This is all Chapter 604, which is the general business tax that we're dealing with. This was enacted in 1990. We have never gone through a major review of that ordinance or made any changes to it as we've gone through. So that's 34 years. What the ordinance establishes is that any business operating in Santa Rosa pays a business tax. It's general fund revenue that comes into the general fund, which funds the services that the community needs. So it helps provide road maintenance and public safety services and parks and all of those types of things that would benefit not only the businesses in the city, but also the people that are coming into the city to visit those businesses. The tax is based on gross receipts. It has a minimum tax of $25. So if your gross receipts are $25,000 or less, the tax is $25. And it has a maximum tax of $3,000. We have different rates per business category, with the lower rates for those contributing in other areas in the city's tax base. So a retail establishment would have a lower business tax rate because they're also generating sales tax for the community. The latest general fund revenue, and this is a pretty good number for going forward that we would forecast off of, is about $4.7 million annually going into the general fund. So last summer, the city commissioned HDL to do a review of the tax ordinance and to measure its effectiveness compared to other cities, not just locally, but throughout California, look at our structure and offer any recommendations based on their expertise in the industry. And the main things that they found was that the current structure underperforms compared to other cities, especially those of a similar size. And the main driver for that is the $3,000 minimum tax. Removing the cap would enable equity relative to effective tax rates. So right now, the effective tax rate of a large business that has significant gross receipts is very small. Like I think it's 0.02%, compared to a small business with less gross receipts, paying probably not even up to the cap, where their effective rate is I think it's around 0.22%, around there. So removing that would help build some equity within the cities that are there. We would also raise the rates. Like I said, the rates were established back in 1990. They could be updated to reflect something that we would see in other cities, although that said, every city is different in this. We try to peg ourselves as close as we can to some, but especially when we look locally, we see rates all over the place. So we use it as kind of a guiding principle, but not an exact. And wherever possible, we have simplified the rate structure. And that goes more into how we are going to group things now, or proposing to group things now, compared to what we had in the current ordinance. So, and a lot of that, this is what I've already talked about, but we wanted to create a more equitable effective tax structure. We want, through this ordinance or changes, and what we had HDL do was look at a number of different methods that we could use for a new tax rate structure. I think at the end we had 4 or 5 of them. The one that we've landed on was a hybrid model. And the reason why we wanted to do a hybrid model is because it was the only way that we could guarantee that small businesses that are currently not generating enough gross receipts to be at the cap or over, that there would be no changes in their tax structure. They would stay with the same rates that they've always had, and there would be no effective change in the amount that they pay the city. Obviously, if their business grows, then it grows along with it. But generally, and what we found is that virtually all of the businesses in the city fall in that small business category. I believe we have, rounding about 12,900 businesses. What this hybrid model would affect is a little over 400 businesses. So you're looking at, 95-ish, even more than that, % of the businesses will not be affected by this. And that's why we worked hard to create a hybrid model, which is going to be a bear to administer, but it's the one that's going to be the most fair, we think, going forward. Again, the new rates are in line with other cities. They are, again, not exact with other cities, but they're not far out of whack with other ones. So I think that we're at least able to get in the right universe of where we should be with rates. We tend to have the lowest rates, as I mentioned before, for things like the general retail category, where businesses are contributing to the city's tax base in other ways, and they also tend to have low profit margins, so we're trying to be responsive to that. And we wanted to treat all businesses the same, including short-term rental operators. Currently, the ordinance, business tax does not apply to residential property rental, which would include short-term rentals, if they have less than 4 units. So in that case, you have people that are clearly operating a business, yet they're not paying a business tax. So there is a demand on city services, potentially, for those businesses, and they are not paying into the pool to be able to pay for that. So what this ordinance would do is remove that exemption to, or really just expand that part of the ordinance to include residential units that are from 1 to 3 units as well. And this goes over a lot of what I just mentioned. In a future slide, you're going to see, in fact, I think it's the next one, we'll talk about the rate structure, and what really most people want to know is, well, what is that threshold of gross receipts that's going to affect me? Here we said just in general it would be $1 million. It's actually more than that. That is, so what we've done is we've actually got it down to the penny of what it would be at that threshold. We keep similar business categories. We did shuffle around some of the businesses within those, but we feel that the grouping makes sense. The other thing is that we did not want to say this should pass in November. We did not want to affect those businesses that would be affected in January of 25, so we're putting off the effective date of this ordinance until January of 2026 to allow them to incorporate these changes into their business plans. So here is what we're proposing, and you're gonna see basically anything less than the gross receipts threshold is the old rate. So, and the more than the threshold is going to be the new rate that we have. So under the first group, which includes your retail, wholesale, restaurants, corporate headquarters, manufacturing, auto sales falls into that. The gross receipts threshold to have the new rates affect you is almost $8.8 million. So if you're less than that, you pay a formula that's 34 cents per thousand of gross receipts. That caps at $3,000. Under this proposed plan, you would be $1.50 per thousand, and there's no cap. And I should probably clarify, even though I say that there's a max of $3,000, that's just kind of illustrating where you would be on the threshold. In reality, the proposed ordinance would have no cap at all. So, use this as just an illustration. If you are a public utility, the threshold is almost $3.6 million, and that has an old rate, and the new rate would still stay at the $1.50 per $1,000 of gross. Again, we're trying to keep those areas that are contribute to the tax base. We want to keep them at a lower rate, so we did juggle these around a little bit. And recreation and entertainment, same thing, $2.7 million threshold, still staying at the 1.5, the $1.50 per thousand in gross receipts. You go into the next group, you have land developers. That's the same 2.7 number, but given what would be contributed into the city's tax base and other factors that would go into it, the amount of the tax for that would be $350 per thousand under the new plan. Professional groups is also in group 2, doctors' offices, accountants, and the like. There, it's a lower threshold of about $1.8 million. It was the highest tax that we had under the old plan, and it still would be the highest of our rate structure under the new plan of, again, $350 per thousand of gross receipts. We created a group 3 that is only commercial property rental, residential property rental, and STRs. So again, with that, you're looking at a threshold of $3.6 million, and that would be $250 per thousand of gross receipts going forward. Group 4, you have your general services, healthcare centers, moving companies. It's kind of a catch-all of your service industry. Again, at that same threshold, and again at the $250 per thousand. And then finally, your contractors at a lower threshold of $2.7 million, but we would also have a low tax rate of $1.50 per thousand. And then moving on to, we provided some examples of what you would be if you had certain gross receipts of what you're currently paying, and then what it would be new. You can see that in some of them, where their gross receipts are over the threshold, they will pay a higher amount. In some, it's a relatively small higher amount. In others, it's significantly more. And where they do not hit the threshold, their tax doesn't change at all. So in comparing with other cities, so these are areas where you have a gross receipts taxes that are, in some they do have again, everybody kind of figures them a little bit differently, but you have the city of Tracy. They're looking at the same types of categories that we have. Theirs are, you can see kind of where we fit in, and some are significantly less than ours, or not significantly, but they are less than ours, and some are a little bit more, but we all kind of are in that $1 to $3 range for the of our rate structures. And then finally, looking at the distribution of this. So we know that it is going to affect almost, between 400 and 500 businesses. The majority of them are going to see an increase of about $20,000. But there are approximately 21 that would see an increase of over $100,000. So again, that's significant. I don't want to downplay that, but it is the way that this structure would work out. A lot of that has to do with removing the cap. There are, some of the businesses generate hundreds of millions of dollars or the high tens of millions of dollars of gross receipts in the city. And it's important to, I think, to put into perspective, if you look at where we are now with the services that we provide, all the things that we want to do as a community and as a city serving the community, the part that strikes me is that if I look back to if we didn't have the cap on it, this since 1990, where we would be in terms of the revenues that would come in and the projects that we would do. So yes, it hurts to do this now, but it's the right thing to be able to keep our city moving forward with the revenue that we need and to be able to provide the services to the community. We did do opinion survey on both of these items back in November of 23. Of 90,000 likely voters that were surveyed, we had a margin of error of plus or minus 3.15%. The support for the changes in the business tax ordinance was 66.8%, and support for raising the TOT was 63%. So where we are with the next steps is we're hoping to have some discussion and direction from council here. We are coming back to the council on July 23rd with a report item to have the council approve this moving to the registrar of voters. So because these are ordinances, we will do a second reading on the 6th. And then we have our deadline to get to the registrar of voters on August 9th. We have met with business groups. We will continue to meet with business groups and answer whatever questions that we can going forward. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and we're available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much to both of you. I'm going to bring it back to council, and let's do questions first, then we'll do public comment, and then we'll come back for comments and for guidance. How does that sound? All right, I'm just doing a show of hands here. All right, Councilmember Krepke, why don't you lead us off?
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So just a couple quick clarifying questions that I have. And there's a lot of information to unpack in that presentation, and so please bear with me. I am not a CFO, so you might have to dumb some things down for me. How are gross receipts tallied? And one of the things I'm specifically interested in is, let's say you have a business who is headquartered, a professional service that's headquartered in the city of Santa Rosa, but has 10 other offices throughout the state. But because they're headquartered here, everything runs through here. Would they be, are they going to be asked to divvy up what is done in Santa Rosa versus the other areas?
Yes, Council Member. Generally speaking, the business license tax is a tax on conducting business in the city of Santa Rosa, right? So that's what's limited to. That can easily get confused with something like a sales tax, where we care where the customers are. In a business license tax, we don't care where the customers are. That's not a relevant thing. We're not taxing sales at retail or consumption of goods. So the short answer is, to the extent that there is work being done in Santa Rosa that results from, and there are worldwide gross receipts that are tied to that, then a portion of that would be apportioned to the city of Santa Rosa.
How is that determined?
Under your current code, there's a provision, and there's no proposal to change this, there's a provision for constitutional apportionment. That if the business sees that they have worldwide gross receipts, let's say, and that some of those gross receipts, let's just make up some numbers for ease of illustration here. Let's say you're a corporate headquarters, and yeah, maybe 10% of the worldwide business activity, you've got locations all over the world, maybe 10% of your worldwide locations, 10% of your business activity is occurring here in Santa Rosa, then typically you would apply to the city and say, I think I should only have to pay on my 10%. That typically goes through the city attorney's office for approval to determine whether that apportionment is accurate.
I mean, are we talking about the possibility of audit to make sure that that organization is being accurate?
So the short answer is yes. But that's going to come out in the discussion around when they present. Typically, it's the burden of the business to present their, hey, here's what we think is a fair apportionment, given how we run our business. And you're going to ask for, we're going to ask for, as your administrators, we're going to be looking for, okay, well, show us what you've got. Show us your P&Ls, your tax filings. Let us see that this lines up with what you're saying in your calculation. Did I answer your question, council member?
You did, thank you.
Okay.
Also, currently, if someone has an investment property that they inherited or were fortunate enough to afford to move out of and then sublet or rent out, they're currently not required to have a business license, correct? And therefore taxed?
Correct.
And going forward, they would be based on whatever the formula is that was presented?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. You said that this is a hybrid model.
Yes.
So that leads me to believe that there was models that came before that were, for lack of a better term, cherry-picked to create what we're seeing today.
Right. So where we were, and Eric can chime in, he did the work on it, but basically we had some models that simply just took away the cap, left the rates the same. We had some, well, I believe all of them took the cap away. And then there were just varying degrees of where the rates would go. But in all of them, I wouldn't be able to guarantee that the rates for the small businesses wouldn't change. And so that was where we created the hybrid one. So it was one where we were getting to be fair, getting a good amount of revenue, I think the most amount of revenue that would come in, but that would not affect those small businesses. Because that was our target going forward, was not affecting them. So.
Okay, I think going forward, should this come back, that even if it's in the staff report, that the other models that were considered should be included in there, so we can just make a comparison, right? So I don't know if we need to put it in the presentation so everybody sees all of these models or not, but just so for our consumption, it would be nice.
Yeah, I could easily do a summary page of that.
Okay, that'd be great, thank you. Let's see here. And in the presentation, how do we get those comparable cities? I mean, Pico Rivera seems kind of random.
Great question. So there's a couple of layers of comparisons that we did. So one was we wanted to look at cities of similar size. Second, to speak to Pico Rivera, the reason you saw Pico Rivera, Sausalito, and Tracy in that slide was those are all cities that in the relatively recent past, say in the last 6 years, have updated either from something else to a gross receipts or updated their rates. Tracy's a good example of that. City of Tracy went from a per employee tax to a gross receipts tax in the 2022 election cycle. So part of what we wanted to show was that what the rates were for some of these more modern ordinances. Because I can pick cities that are closer to you, but they may have just as an outdated ordinance as the city of Santa Rosa. It may not have been updated in 30, 40. I'm working with some cities where it's 50, almost 60 years since they've actually looked at and made significant changes to their business license. So in that particular comparison set, what we were trying to do is show cities what the rates were for cities that had made recent changes to their gross receipts rates.
Okay. Thank you for that. I know we're going to come back for comments and concerns, but it's kind of a question and a comment concern is, while I appreciate that, just because it hasn't changed doesn't mean it's been considered. I mean, you'd have to go through every municipality and see if it's been on their agenda for the last however many, 10, 15 years and voted down, right? So,
true.
So it's very possible that there's ones that are closer or of like size that have considered it and then said, no, we want to keep it the same. Is that correct?
That is totally possible. Okay. Yes, council member.
So I guess that my biggest concern would be looking at places like Tracy and Pico Rivera is something that I think that we're all well aware of, which is we are very different. We're an island economy with a higher cost of living, and therefore the burden of businesses generally is higher, especially those with large amounts of employees, loans, especially the cost of construction to build here, those kinds of things. So I appreciate what you said, but I do have concerns about using these cities as comparators just because they're more recent. And then I believe that is my last question for now, unless something hits me while my colleagues are speaking.
There'll be opportunities later. Thank you. Councilmember Rogers. Oh, one moment, Councilmember. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make a clarification. There was a question that Councilmember Okrepke asked about, does the current general business license tax apply to someone who may have inherited a property and is using it as a rental? And the answer that was given was that there is an exemption. I just wanted to clarify that exemption is only if the property is 4 units or fewer. So just wanted to clarify that. If it is a larger unit property, then it would be subject to the current ordinance business license.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers.
Thanks, and I'm going to just piggyback really fast off of Councilmember Okrepke's comment. Pico Rivera is a third the size of Santa Rosa and is not going to convince anybody in the city of Santa Rosa that we should model our ordinance after them. So when we come back, assuming we come back at the end of July, it would be helpful to see what's happening around us. People don't complain to me that San Francisco has paid parking just like Santa Rosa. They complain to me that Windsor does not and that Petaluma does not. So people's comparison is very close, especially when we talk about something like the regional nature of economic development and jobs. So if we come back, I'd love to see a comparison to the rest of Sonoma County, not places that have recently made changes.
Sure, we could do that. In fact, I have a slide that does that, and generally the feedback is the comparisons don't work, so we don't want to see it. And so I take it, you know, but it will be in, it's already prepared, it's ready to go, so we'll have it in there on the 23rd.
Perfect, thank you. And then I wanted to dig down a little bit into the gross receipts versus net portion of the conversation. I understand that gross receipts is where we have started this conversation, but when we did our cannabis tax policy, this was the most important issue. And I do believe with cannabis, we did not go with gross receipts. Am I wrong?
I don't have that right off the top of my head. I'd have to look at that ordinance to see. I know that there's a number of different calculations there, square footage and the like. So I can look and make sure. But I just don't know.
I would just be interested in hearing a little bit more about why gross receipts, when we know that certain industries, like restaurants, for instance, have really thin margins, and we're trying to make sure that we're keeping those businesses in operation, which gross receipts does not actually acknowledge the profit margin for each industry.
Right, and so being the industry expert, I'm gonna let Eric kind of chime in. Let me just say right up front though, so the reason why we went with gross receipts is because we had gross receipts. We've seen two different types, at least from what I can see, of I guess three. There's I've seen flat rates per employees and the gross receipts model. So we do, and especially the way we set this up, there isn't a restaurant in Santa Rosa that's going to be affected by this. They fall well under the threshold that they need, so it stays the same. And again, I think that's important that we did it that way. The other concern that we would have, and maybe Eric can speak more to it, is how, if we did switch over to a per employee type of tax, that may not benefit the small businesses as keeping it the way that we did. So there was a method there. But.
Yeah, so, and I'll defer to your city attorney on this, but it's my general understanding that taxation of net income is reserved to the state in California. And so part of the answer to your question, as I understand it, Councilmember Rogers, is we have a certain set of things that we can tax versus things we can't, okay? The second thing is, again, to come back to it, is that what we're taxing is the business activity, and the business activity here, the carrying on of the business, if we went to, say, a per employee model, we'd be taxing a labor input. But that would mean then that businesses that are high in labor inputs, say like restaurants, but maybe not as high in capital, that there would be a differential in who gets hit if you tax on a per employee basis that way. If you do say square footage, which I think Palo Alto recently did, you wind up taxing how big the footprint is. You also don't wind up taxing if they decide to go vertical. So there are reasons within sort of sound tax policy, I think, to look at gross receipts as the closest measure to the business activity, the output of the business, as the gross receipts. The other thing to keep in mind is even with the increase, we're talking about fractions of a penny on the dollar when you look at the marginal impact of these taxes. $3 per thousand sounds like a lot till you work it out, right? And it could be a lot in the absolute sense, but in terms of the rate, it's a third of a penny. And so it's a very small tax on a very broad base. And that's part of the reason we think gross receipts is not only have you had it historically, but it's a more viable basis for a broad-based tax. Did I answer your question, or did you?
Yeah, yes, and I think sort of dovetailing from that question is how does this proposal align with our economic development strategic plan that we've passed and been implementing?
So I think in terms of again, looking at small businesses, it goes for that. I think it sends a good message. You know, we've had a lot of discussions internally relative to the attraction of large businesses, and I know that's also a focus in the strategic plan, and the like. I think that there are other elements of Santa Rosa that we can do to enhance or at least have businesses want to come to us. I don't see this as being, hopefully would not be an impediment to that, given our area proximity of the county seat, where we are, just all the things that we can provide. At the same time, what we're doing is we're generating the revenue necessary to make for a safe, clean, well-maintained city to grow a business and to have their employees work for, and hopefully live in Santa Rosa. So all of those kind of come together. I get that on the surface, putting a tax that affects large businesses seems to be against that, but I think that in the long run, you're generating the ability for the city to maintain all the things that we do well here that would want to bring businesses to the city.
All right, I've got a couple specific questions within it. So can you give us a little bit more information about who is covered in the public utility section?
Yeah, straight from the, well, if you've got the.
Yeah, I can give the generic answer because we won't speak to specific businesses for confidentiality reasons, but yeah, the generic simple answer would be if you are not an actual public entity, but you're providing utility service, that's already an existing tax structure within your code. So that's not a new tax structure other than if, so it could be, for example, just generically I've seen in other cities if there is a water and power that is not city owned, for example, a private provider of a utility like that.
So I guess to be a little bit more direct, does that include PG&E?
Well, generally speaking, PG&E would fall under that kind of category, yes.
Okay. For the recreation and entertainment section, have we received any input from, sorry, was there anything to add?
Just a clarification regarding a specific instance, but yeah, they're not going to, it's not necessarily that our model that we used is going to capture all of those public utilities, right? But generally speaking, they would fall in a classification that way. Depends on how they've been classified now, because we're not really trying to reclassify businesses with this hybrid model. We're trying to keep people where they were for the lower rates, and then if they're making a lot with the removal of the cap, then a higher rate applies. So
for the recreational and entertainment section, we just had a presentation at the PFA a week or so ago, a couple of newspaper articles on the proposed downtown event center. If we were to pass this, does that, based on your knowledge, Alan, render the feasibility study, I don't want to say useless, but outdated? If we are going from the maximum of $3,000 to the $1.50 per $1,000 for arts and entertainment, presumably it would apply.
So I guess under that scenario, it would be a factor that we would want to, or they would want to maybe update in their study? Is that?
Yeah, could you, before we come back, assuming we come back, could you reach out and have a conversation with those folks?
Sure.
And make sure that they're involved, because right now they're projecting to only end up showing a $16,000, $21,000 net profit at the end of year 3. And the theory behind it is it generates economic activity, and that's why we might want to do it. But if us changing our business tax structure wipes out not just that 21,000, and then some, it would be good for us to have that information at the time that we make this change.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. For land development, do we know how that will impact some of our pending housing projects? If we make this change for land development from the maximum of the 3,000 to the 350 per 1,000 gross?
It would, I mean, so I don't know off the top of my head. That's a hypothetical. It would base on the amounts of receipts that they would come in at that time. So, I mean, yes, I guess if a land developer has the gross receipts and their threshold is, or their amount that comes in that's over whatever that threshold is, then yeah, they're going to be a higher tax.
2.7 million.
Yeah.
And assuming we come back, if we could get a better picture for that as well, since housing is one of the top priorities for the council, it'd be good to know how that's going to impact existing projects in the pipeline before we make that change as well. And then sort of just a general question, and I apologize, and I've got 2 more questions and then I'll turn it back over. How did we come up with the gross receipt thresholds?
So we literally backed into it from what the amount that you would have to make that would literally get you to $3,000. So we just did the math backwards.
Okay, gotcha. And then would we need any additional staff costs to be able to implement this?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean.
Our existing staff can handle?
Yeah, actually, you're looking at our, that's a service we contract out, and the staff that we have in-house that would answer questions and things like that, there would be some impact there, but I don't think that it would be anything that would absolutely require any additional staff costs. We can manage that.
Okay. And then just as a side comment before the acting mayor kicks me off, I know we're not trying to talk about specific businesses, but I would find it really helpful as a council member making this decision to see for those 21, I think you said, businesses that would be impacted, that it would go above, what are they currently paying and what would they then be paying under the proposal? Even if you want to redact the names of them, it just put what sector they're in. That would be really helpful for me to understand a little bit better what this does to those businesses.
So I can tell you generally this, and I can come up with some generics for the 23rd, but you're looking at all of them. What they currently pay is $3,000. We have a cap. Their new payment, I think the highest is about a $500,000 one. It's significant. There are a couple in the $200,000 to $300,000 range, and then the rest are amounts from $100,000 up to that $200,000. I think what would be, I could try to, see, I don't know that I could tell you what the amount of the gross receipts that they're bringing in, but a lot of those are in the 100 million plus, definitely in the high tens of millions of dollars that are coming in. So it's a rather significant amount of gross receipts. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of follow-up questions on this. So what I read in what you presented was there's been no changes to our business tax structure for 34 years in the city of Santa Rosa. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sorry.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly also. 95% of the businesses won't be affected by this proposed change, only about 5% in business in the city of Santa Rosa?
Correct.
Okay. And then for the small businesses, and I really only have an example really around construction and construction costs, but if you're based in the city of Santa Rosa and you have gross receipts of $1 million, but you have $400,000 worth of work that you do, say in the town of Windsor, and $400,000 worth of work that you do in the city of Petaluma, then you'd only be paying business gross receipts on the $200,000 that you make in Santa Rosa. Is that the current structure that we have? Because we'd pay for a business license to do the business in Windsor, and they'd pay for a business license to do that in Petaluma, but on Santa Rosa specific, it would only be based on that $200,000, even if the business is based here.
Yeah, I'll give the simple answer, and then we can dive into details if they're useful for you. The short answer is yes, you'd only pay on the work you're doing here. Technically, that could include your admin and some overhead for the jobs that you're bidding in other places. But the way it's practically done throughout the state is where's the job site, right? It just makes it easier for contractors in general that you focus on where the job site is as a practical matter.
Okay. I think that's helpful to understand when you do have a business that's based here, but maybe is doing business in other jurisdictions, how that's calculated and the differences that they have to do when they pull the business licenses. And let's see. I do want to say that we had like extensive conversations in the long-term finance committee meeting around this and saw the different jurisdictions. We realized that the ones that surround us, like Windsor or Roanoke Park, don't have the same structure as we do, even currently. But a lot of times, when Santa Rosa will make a shift or change, then those jurisdictions seem to follow a lot of times, depending on their own study and wishes of their council. But I think that that was something we talked about. Unless we do have something to compare about a city that's like similar in size, what we offer for services is also quite different in our size city versus another smaller city, even the ones that surround us. So I think that that was why we thought it was important to bring that forward to council so that we have that comparison of like apples to apples versus apples to oranges. So as far as the flat rate gross receipts and per employee, I do feel like this seems to feel more equitable. When you have small businesses that might be paying currently $1,100, $1,500 for our business tax in the city of Santa Rosa, versus these extremely large businesses that are doing the big box businesses doing business only paying maybe $1,100 more or up to that $3,000 mark. So it doesn't feel that the current structure based on having a small business, it doesn't seem as fair compared to the larger businesses and what they're contributing to the services that we provide in the city. So I think that's important to note. Certainly, we want to make sure that we are a business-friendly community, but I also think that it's important to ensure that we're keeping up with the services that people not only doing business, but the community members that live here and go to those businesses are requesting of us in the city of Santa Rosa. So thank you again for the presentation. That's my questions.
Thank you, Council Member. And thanks to both of you for this presentation and for all the work. Tax policy is so complicated, inevitably. And I'm also thankful to my colleagues because they've done most of the heavy lifting with their questions. But I wanted to nibble around the edges of a few of the points they raised. Back to Councilmember Rogers' point about high gross margin or high revenue, low gross margin businesses. Do we think we've captured most of those, whether we're talking grocery, whether we're talking aspects of healthcare, even small landlords whose tenants might have state-controlled rents? Are we comfortable that we're not squeezing, or indirectly squeezing businesses that are going to be significantly hurt with the new tax structure?
Yes, we were sensitive to that, but at the end of the day, I think we took just a holistic approach, and we had that guiding principle of trying to make sure that, again, that we kept our small businesses where they were, and I thought that by allowing a delay in the revenue coming in, the implementation of the tax, those are the things that we could do to help out them. I mean, I know it doesn't help from the ultimate help would be that we would continue to not charge them what we should charge them. But I don't know, in looking at that we could look at a process like this and pick out specific businesses or even business types. We needed to, as far as we did it, was small, medium, and large. And they just kind of worked that way. But we have the lowest part of the rate structure for those that would typically have low profit margins. So that part of it was set up in that way but that's typical for most cities that have these, or probably all cities that have these. So we followed along that basic principle, that best practice, if you will, looked at ours as a whole and tried to just take an objective change to the tax.
Thank you. And again, the city's commitment to creating a more equitable tax structure and to bringing the current code up to date and to continue to provide good city services for all of our businesses, those are all goals that everybody here on the dais, everyone here can agree with. With respect to the larger, or to the 100 or so businesses that are going to be significantly affected by the change in tax structure, could you give some sense of what what municipalities within our competitive region, let's say the North Bay, broadly down into San Francisco and Oakland, what other municipalities would have at the top end tax structures that look like what we're suggesting, where we have mid six figure charges for some of our local employers?
In the Bay Area, off the top of my head, Union City has some both gross payroll and gross receipts that could go that high, no cap. you've got a few that are currently taking measures similar to this forward because their outdated per employee tax is not working for the city. Obviously, no one likes to be compared there, but San Francisco does have significantly high rates in the Bay Area on gross receipts. They switched, I think, exclusively to gross receipts in either 2012 or 2016. So just off the top of my head, I would say those. There are a few more that I know, again, are taking matters to their council and looking at similar rates. One that I'm aware of is looking at a cap of between 250 and 500,000, where their cap right now is already at 30,000. Part of the trouble with these caps is both the equity and the way it doesn't allow the city to grow in its ability to provide services as the businesses also grow in its community. So.
Understood. The point I was trying to underline there is that based on the data that we have, and that was very helpfully presented in long-term finance, is that Santa Rosa, if it went forward with this measure as structured, we would very much stand out within our competitive region. We'd be multiple orders of magnitude higher in terms of our highest tax rates as compared to any of the cities that we're competing against.
In your neighboring area, I believe that's accurate, Vice Mayor.
Okay. And that's obviously hitting at the issue that I think everybody touched on up here, which is the tension between this initiative and economic development. Let's focus on that for just a moment. And Alan, back to how you began the presentation. You mentioned the city's current budget situation. You mentioned that the positive impact that this measure could make on our budget deficits over the next couple of years. Unfortunately, those budget deficits are scheduled to grow in the years that follow. And so it is true that if we were to pass this measure as structured, it would provide some assistance in the short term. But ultimately, if I'm not mistaken, as we're looking 4, 5, 6 years in the future, we're really counting on economic growth to be what helps out the city's budget in those years. And by potentially impacting negatively our ability to retain and attract business, then we're putting ourselves we are maybe doing ourselves a short-term favor, but in the long term, putting ourselves in a hole in terms of not being able to bring more businesses to the area, not being able to incentivize economic activity, et cetera. How have we weighed that tension?
Well, so a couple of points there. One, we're not going to solve our budget problem with revenue alone, right? So let's just make that perfectly clear. This is a first step, and then we move over to the expenditure side, and then we see how we're riding our base or riding our ship. I think that regardless of what rate that we do, the problem that we have with our ordinance is the cap. It's the cap that makes it inequitable. And there's I mean, that is what needs to be addressed more than anything. And that is still going to cause some businesses to, even if we left things at a 34-year-old rate structure, just removing the cap would result in a six-figure business tax payment to the city. So I think we need to, yes, we want to have attraction and that for businesses, but I think we also want to retain our existing small businesses that we have, that they're also a driver of our economic growth in the city. So when looking at it from a universe where we have almost 13,000 businesses, and we are doing everything we can to keep and grow 90+% of those and not affecting them with that have frankly subsidized the larger businesses for a number of years, 34 years, that's what we need to address in my mind. And that's, I admit I'm not in the economic development department. I can pretty much hear Gabe kicking me in the back of the chair, but I think when I'm looking at trying to not only create an equity within the city, but also solve a problem that we have with the city. And I would also say that, yes, on a short-term basis, this does go take some steps in that direction. Long-term, we still have a problem, and it's going to take all of our efforts to continue to go along the same path that we're going with economic development, but we can't get away from our short-term needs that we have right now, because frankly, that should be what our laser focus is. And we can do the economic development, the more longer-term planning off of that. But if you don't address things right now in the way that we're looking at it, you don't have 5-6 years down the road. So that's where our focus needs to lie.
Yeah, and Vice Mayor, if I could add to that. So economic development alone is not going to solve our problems. It's going to help. We're going to have to do some belt tightening internally, and I think the staff is up for that. I think where we are now, we're going to give the departments the opportunity to say, how can you make a 2%, a 5%, or an 8% cut? Instead of just giving a random all across the board cut. When you talk about freezing positions, what makes sense to the department instead of just saying, all right, these are the ones that are not filled, but if you have someone leave, maybe we can replace those. So we're gonna have to do some internal belt tightening. But what I will say, when you talk about economic development and people come to visit your city, I want you to take a look at how the city looked about 2 years ago. And this is not a knock or trying to disparage anybody who sat in the seat before I did, but look at our roads. Even though some of us can't drive without the lines in them, we're working on those. When we look at some of the weeds, when we look at some of the work that our police department has done, we're definitely down homicides. We're very responsive. When we look at the number of homeless individuals that we're trying to get into housing, the compassionate approach that we take, the cleanliness and the quality of life issues that we have moved forward over the last 2 years, I will tell you businesses want to invest in communities that invest in themselves. I will tell you myself and the interim deputy director of economic development met with a business who came here 2 years ago and specifically said, I cannot believe how downtown has transformed. When our residents call, we respond. And we want to continue to be a responsive government. And I think I just told Councilman Rogers this, we want Santa Rosa to be a place where people call home. And that's what's going to increase economic development. That's what's going to drive people into the city. So yes, while we do have some work to do, some belt tightening, economic development alone is not going to solve our problems, but the steps that we're taking to transform this community is going to help in the long run.
Agreed on all points, and I didn't mean to suggest that economic development was going to be by itself the savior, but I did want to underline again that it's a competitive situation and that we're competing against cities very close to us, cities like Petaluma and Healdsburg, that are going to be charging significantly less tax rates and are also attractive places for businesses to go. If you're a new auto dealer, are you going to come to Santa Rosa and be part of our auto row, knowing that you're going to pay $300,000 a year? Or are you going to go to Petaluma, where the cap is currently 45? We want them to come here, and there's certainly strong arguments to be made as to why they should come, but as we're having this discussion about this tax rate, we need to take that into account. A related question for HTL, is there any data on the cities that have gone to an uncapped gross revenue tax structure? Is there any long-term data on how it's affected their ability to attract and retain businesses? What's been San Francisco's and Union City's experience, for example?
Well, I don't have solid data on that question. I can tell you that in reports that San Francisco has put out this year during the election cycle, in reconsidering their tax, that they have felt that the overall tax burden, this is their own statements, their overall tax burden, because it's not just business license tax, is something that they're looking to address with their business community. I can tell you that historically, our experience as a company in a smaller subset of the communities here in California has been that these tax rates are, again, fractions of a penny on the dollar and marginally tend not to have an impact. I can tell you, however, so for example, with Tracy, the city of Tracy, we haven't seen at this point, and it's only 2 years in, like a major flight. But I can tell you with cities that I'm working with, other cities, that there is, there's conversations from the business community about the overall tax burden in California, right? I'm not going to sugarcoat that for you. The cities are in tough spots because the cities sort of, it's that last line of defense. You're providing the water and the sewer and the sidewalks and the streets and the sense of community in a marketplace here, and yet a lot of the taxes are going somewhere else. And so that's a real thing, and so I would be careful drawing conclusions from the lack of impact historically, but historically overall, it hasn't been a major cause of flight. For a business or two, perhaps. But to answer your question, Vice Mayor?
That's helpful. Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Okrepke?
Just one more quick clarifying question. How does this apply to nonprofits and faith-based organizations?
They're exempt, right? Yeah, they're exempt. Yeah.
All right, then let's move to public comment. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 4.2. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public record if you choose to do so. The first public comment will be from Carl, followed by Ananda, then Dwayne. Carl, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Yeager. I am the president of the Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts and Friends. We represent hosts and owners of short-term and vacation rentals and associated businesses here in Santa Rosa and in Greater Sonoma County. When we think about raising the TOT, in our presentation, it was talked about how we have one of the lowest TOT rates. But when you add on both of the BIAs that our hosts pay, we are no longer the lowest. Now, if you raise the TOT, we become the highest in the county, along with Healdsburg. So when you think about it from what the visitor to our city will pay, it will be the highest rate, not the lowest. And so at a time of inflation in our country and in California, when we want people to visit, I'm not sure raising the tax on them to do so is the right way to get them to visit. The other thing that I would say is that a few short years ago, we banned vacation rentals and put caps on vacation rentals in Santa Rosa. And what that effectively did was ban the growth of revenue for not only visitors who come, It bans the growth and caps the growth in revenue for all of the restaurants, cafes, wine bars, museums, and other places that they visit. And so part of the reason we find ourselves in this situation is we cut off our own growth. Had we instead enacted legislation that focused in on noise, nuisance, and safety, and created educational programs as to how to have vacation rentals that ran well, what we did was we just cut it all off and said, don't come to Santa Rosa. If you want an affordable place to stay with your large family or an affordable place to stay as a group of people, go somewhere else. And we are now living with the effects of that. So right now we think raising the TOT is not the best idea. We would say that if you looked again at the ban on short-term rentals, my property will bring in about $25,000 in TOT this year. Multiply that by just 100 houses. That's $2.5 million in revenue for the city. Now think about all the other revenue that all the other businesses will get and the tax revenue from that. And I would ask you to consider creating legislation that enables us to do this activity, but do it safely and well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. The next public comment will be from Ananda, followed by Dwayne.
Staff, council members, staff, Ananda Sweet with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce. So we understand that the business tax structure may need to be reassessed and would urge you to meet and work with the affected businesses to fully understand the impact of these proposed changes. A comprehensive understanding would allow you to build in mechanisms to avoid some of the unintended and serious consequences of an extended gross receipts tax structure like the one proposed. The proposal as it stands would result in a substantial tax burden on many local businesses that already pay their fair share of taxes. Here we are talking, for example, about small local businesses that appear large with high gross receipts but have low profit margins and that provide important services to residents and businesses alike while investing in our local economy. A gross receipts tax can also have significant implications for businesses providing essential services in our community. For example, rental housing providers, housing developers, hospitals, and healthcare providers that have high gross receipts but significant operating costs. These are all examples where gross receipts indicate the magnitude of the services and jobs provided locally, but do not accurately depict profitability. From an economic development perspective, an overly burdensome and unbalanced business tax structure would be a disincentive to locate, expand, or continue operating a business in Santa Rosa, leading to a decline in local economic development from decreased business activity, fewer job opportunities, lower wages, and a diminished tax base. We do understand your goal of a fair and updated business tax structure, and should you move forward, we urge you to take a nuanced approach here. By tailoring the tax structure to reflect the economic realities and profitability of various business sectors, you have the opportunity to create a more equitable and sustainable tax system. The Santa Rosa Metro Chamber is ready to work with you and local businesses to understand how to achieve these goals in a balanced way. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dwayne, followed by anyone else who wishes to provide public comment. You can approach the podium.
Hello, my name is Dwayne. I've been calling Santa Rosa home since the mid-1950s. Santa Rosa has always been a business-friendly municipality. Perhaps at this time, you should slow the process, and to raise funds, don't raise taxes just yet. Instead, sell off city properties while raising money and study increases on large businesses only. Don't include small landlords and small businesses. Take that cap off on the large opportunities, and that will help to obtain revenues. What's really helpful in this discussion today is that the city manager has pointed out that you'll be needing to do belt tightening internally. And this is something where you could really do some good situations by selling off the properties that the city owns, like right across the street where the Chamber of Commerce used to be, and basically make those revenue generators instead of just sitting there vacant. At this time, you can walk down through Santa Rosa's central area and see many vacant spots. Lots of small businesses have folded. Business people are struggling. At this point now, if you sell these properties instead and bottle up the dollars that you'll be getting into and put them in the reserves where they'll be earning interest for the city, you'll be able to take a better look at this, come up with a way in which you can be accommodating to the short-term rental folks who have pointed out that they feel they're helping. And you can also look into a bigger discussion about what the city and the downtown residents will be wanting in the future. This whole idea about the housing for the city, you're generating the idea that you want more growth, you need more housing, you say. The best way to have that is downtown in those areas, and it's really important that you understand your own return on investment with your partnership on the Metro Chamber. The Chamber of Commerce has been basically receiving funding from the city of Santa Rosa for decades, and many people don't understand how that really helps us. So perhaps look there and see how we can get better return on investment on each of these opportunities for funding that you give out to others. It's a very important time because, as has been stated here today, you're looking at deficit budgets for the next few years. Things won't be getting better. Ask some of your long-term employees to take the golden parachute, leave, bring younger people in, do more innovative things during this time that we have now. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. The next speaker at the West Peck podium, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Robert Komperick. I wanted to speak to you as a long-term owner of a short-term rental within blocks of here. This, in my opinion, it seems like, from our perspective, the wrong approach. As Mr. Yeager stated, there are plenty of opportunities within our current structure to be able to maximize the revenue generated from short-term rentals, but also how our current structure is enforced. One of the things that is available that's not being currently utilized by the city is the opportunity for taxes to be collected at the time of the reservation. That is one of those efficiencies that should be examined before we look at raising the base rate from 9 to 11. We are currently under a self-reporting system, which, although many of us, do it honestly, I think we are leaving a tremendous amount of taxation on the table by those who are participating in the short-term rental, but there is a lack of enforcement because we have an opportunity to collect that tax base at the register when the guest checks in, and I can guarantee you the revenue would be substantially higher than the quarterly self-reported burden that's put on the current short-term rental market. I can also tell you that as a small business owner, my wife and I are looking at investing a large capital sum in occupying some of the vacant downtown commercial real estate, and this tax proposal honestly has us hitting the brakes on getting ready to sign a long-term lease that would employ over a dozen people. So I would ask that we take a much harder look at both the STR portion of this, both from the 2% increase of the TOT, as well as the imposition of what seems like an unneeded business license for somebody collecting such a low revenue about. Many of the Airbnb owners, I think there is a false perception that these properties are owned free and clear, that they're highly profitable, and that somehow everybody is just running off to the bank with the funds that are generated by STR. When I can only speak for myself, our short-term rental covers its own costs and allows us to make capital investments, as I recently had to do, to replace infrastructure that is our responsibility. I just replaced $30,000 worth of sewer and water line for that STR. Those are things that most individual residents might not have the ability to do so. So to Mr. Yeager's point, I think we're losing the forest for the trees here with not looking at the broader impact that STR has on our economic development in Santa Rosa.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chamber wishing to provide public comment on this item 4.2, the proposed revenue measures? Vice Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podium on this item.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council for final comments and guidance. Councilmember Rogers?
I appreciate it. So I made some of my comments as I was asking questions. I think you can kind of tell some of the concerns that I would have bringing this forward. I think we have 2 weeks here before we're set to actually have the item before council. I think we have a lot of work to do, meeting with folks who are going to be impacted by this to see if we can find something that's palatable, something that's workable. I understand the long-term finances for the city and how important that this is to continuing to be able to deliver adequate services that people rely on, but I think we do need to make sure that we're doing it hand in hand with folks who are going to be impacted by it, make sure that they have been invited to the table for a discussion. And so that's a lot of work in 2 weeks. I'm happy to continue to advance this from the study session for that consideration. No promises yet on where I think I'll be or where I think the council will be, but I do think that there's potential here if we can continue to tell the good story about Santa Rosa and make sure that we're bringing folks into the fold.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Rogers that, and I'll say it a little bit more succinctly, the timeline of this has me very uneasy, that we have to vote on something next week, otherwise it's dead, because we have to read it a second time and then it's due 3 days later. Based on the way our meetings are scheduled, if I'm accurate on that. So that makes me uncomfortable because I do think this is a longer conversation that needs to be had. I do have reservations about gross receipts, as was stated before. If income equaled wealth, I would be a very wealthy individual, but unfortunately I have debt associated with some of that I have to pay off. So it is, I don't think it accurately reflects, especially when you look at the comparable cities that we're using, the high cost of living, the high cost of goods, the high cost of labor, and everything here. I understand that there could be a shift regionally in the competitiveness of attraction of businesses and economic development. But that being said, taking on something like this, when you have Petaluma that's $45 capped, they could do half of what we do, make a ton more money, and still be, half of what we're charging, and be far more competitive. While you would like to think a rising tide raises all ships, but in economic development with cities, I mean, it's competitive. If we can get a business over in one of our neighboring cities, I think we want it. And if I think this would signal an opportunity for our neighbors in Petaluma or Roanoke Park or Windsor to be like, oh, well, we can still be below their threshold and get a lot more income. I will say that I have no interest in including residential rentals, 1 to 4 units. The owner's not going to pay that. That's going to get passed down. The renter's going to pay that. I think that is optimistic as we want to believe that the owner of that house or duplex is going to pay that. They're going to pass that on to the renter, and I don't want to artificially inflate rents for people that are trying to live in our community. I will say additionally, I do have concerns about development, especially when it comes to affordable housing that is not owned or operated by a nonprofit. If we're trying to build 100 to 200 units and keep them affordable, those pro formas are razor thin to get to a point where you put a shovel in the ground. And adding an undue tax burden on top of that, I think would hinder us. So while I have severe reservations, I do agree with Councilmember Rogers in that it is, based on the timeline, we should bring it back to have that discussion. But likewise, I cannot make any promises as to where I'll be on the item.
Councilmember McDonald?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think this goes back for me on how outdated our policy is and how we needed to probably do this a long time before. And unfortunately, we're in a fiscal crisis and need to do work on ordinances that I feel have been outdated for some time. And so now we're in this sort of perfect storm, unfortunately, where the economy is not doing well. We have an outdated policy that needed to be looked at again, and we have a fiscal deficit that we're looking at. So to me, the current structure is based on gross receipts. And I know as a business, you feel like you're almost double taxed, because if it's based on gross receipts and you have a profit margin based on cost of goods sold, or you're buying equipment, or you're buying food if you own a restaurant, I understand how it works as I apply for business licenses being a small business owner. So I understand the concerns that Councilmember Rogers is bringing up on that. However, that is the way other business or other cities do the current structure. It's based on the gross receipts and what we make, not what we make, but what we gross. So it's how all of those licenses are done. I do feel that we do need to look at it. If you are lucky enough to own rentals, and I understand how that structure works as well, and that there's always overhead on those, I do feel that if you're doing business in the city of Santa Rosa, you should be taxed along with everybody else and have to have a business license. And certainly I don't want to inflate rent for anyone, because we know rent's very high in Sonoma County, but I also feel like there's services that are combined with streets and roads and all the things that go to get to those rental properties, not to mention our public safety that we provide for anyone staying in the city of Santa Rosa. And then further, I just want to remind council that while this presentation is brought to the council fully today for a study session, this is something that we've been talking about, I think, in long-term finance for almost a year, and that we've done extensive, and Vice Mayor sits on that committee along with myself and our mayor. So this is not a surprise to me. Certainly, we've talked about it many, many times, but this is finally coming to us. But I do want to say I appreciate the work that's gone into it for this last year so that we can get to this point today. And I think it's noted that what you said earlier, Alan, that we aren't going to be able to take care of our deficit based on just this one model, that there's going to be other things that we have to look at, not just economic development, but in addition to what other things are we going to have to change as far as the structure of the city of Santa Rosa and what we're currently being able to provide. So with that, I'm comfortable moving both of these forward. I do like the idea of bringing back some more information. We do want to make sure that we're not making a decision that's going to create a long-term impact negatively on our economy, but I do think it's forward to move both of these forward. Important to move both of these forward, sorry.
Thank you. Since my two colleagues to my left brought it up, it's probably worth mentioning that for at least some small landlord situations, they aren't actually able to pass along any potential cost increases, because those rents are capped in some circumstances by the state. And so we're potentially squeezing those small landlords in a way that makes that business unprofitable, again, potentially providing a disincentive to people who are providing housing in the community. Another good example of, to Councilmember Rogers' point, why we need to be in close conversation with a number of areas of our local business community to make sure that we're picking up those nuances. I echo that point strongly, and especially for some of the larger firms that would really be pretty significantly affected by the proposed structure. Firms like Keysight and Kaiser have reached out to us, letting us know that they want to sit down. I'd like the city to be taking advantage of those conversation opportunities and incorporating that feedback into the measure. And finally, I think what I'm looking for options. This was brought up earlier. I'd like to see some different options that include, or that bring into, that include economic development as a criteria. So we have one option on the table before us today. Are there a couple of other options that were considered that might keep Santa Rosa a bit more competitive with our local communities? And any information to that effect that council could consider would be helpful, because we're certainly having to weigh that trade-off as we're making this decision whether to push this measure forward. And like at least two of my colleagues, I'd say that I am very open to the idea of updating the ordinance. It's clear that we needed to make it more equitable. We need to make sure that the city is providing the services that make our community good for all residents, including businesses, but we've got to keep ourselves competitive. And so I'd like to see that consideration brought more into this discussion and potentially the final measure, and that'll determine where I stand at the end of the day. And with that, I'll turn the conversation over to both of you to see if there's other information or feedback that would be helpful.
No, I do have an answer to Councilmember McDonald's question about the revenue that's generated by through the BIAs. The county BIA, and this is for the 22-23 fiscal year. It goes by a calendar year basis, so I'm kind of adjusting for fiscal year. But that was, the county BIA was about 1.2 million, and the city BIA was about 2.2 million. Those are gross amounts. So again, I mentioned that there's a 2% 2% admin fee that helps us administer the programs, basically do the accounting for it. And I think that came to a little under $70,000. So that's where that is. You know, relative to our competitiveness, those are excellent points. I understand where you're at. You know, we'll show the chart for next time that has where we are right now compared to Petaluma and all the other ones. And by that definition, we're not competitive now. Yet I think we do pretty well. So I just think that there's some perspective to that, but we'll bring that information forward. We have lists. I have the tape that I will be reviewing and try not to listen to my nasally voice, and come back with a more robust presentation in a couple weeks. I do think, I don't know if the city attorney wants to weigh in on, we do have a 2 reading requirement. However, and I do think we do have some flexibility on that, so maybe the city.
Yes, the Registrar of Voters deadline is August the 9th. And so you have 2 meetings left before that deadline, July 23rd, and then you have August the 6th. Am I correct? Yes, August the 6th. What legally has to happen in order to send it off to the Registrar of Voters requires 1 meeting. There will be an extra step you have to take at a second meeting, but it doesn't have to be before the registrar's deadline. So although staff has scheduled, in terms of their planning, this item to come back on the 23rd, if you are not ready to go, you in theory could come back again on the 6th to pass the resolution necessary to get it to the voters and do your first reading on the ordinance. We would need a second reading before any measure could take effect, but this is the rare circumstance where you don't have to have that second reading in order to meet a deadline for this particular kind of ordinance. And to be clear, the ordinance, usually most ordinances take effect the 31st day after your second reading. This ordinance would never take effect unless the voters approve it. But it does need a second reading from all of you before it can take effect. So basically 2 readings from you and approval from the voters in order to take effect. So the second reading can trail. I know that staff was hoping to be able to land the plane on this if it was going to go, so that both could happen before the registrar's deadline, but as a legal matter, that second reading can trail.
That's helpful. Thank you very much for that clarification. And Ellen, another point?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, hearing from the council and from the business community, while not ideal from a staff perspective, putting that aside, coming in on the 6th allows us more time to have outreach with businesses, to hear concerns, to talk through those concerns, to see if there's any other options, to your point, Vice Mayor, that we could have that might set ourselves at ease or at least be more successful there. But I don't want to get out over my skis, and obviously if this isn't something that the city manager would like us to do, then I'm perfectly capable of being back here on the 23rd and doing that.
Councilmember Krepke?
Yeah, so that sort of addressed my question, which I guess I would pose to the rest of the dais, which would be, since we're giving direction, I would feel more comfortable having more time for them to do the research than to rush something to the 23rd, have it be picked apart again possibly, and then come back on the 6th a third time. So that's where I land on that.
Councilmember Rogers?
Yeah, I was just going to make a suggestion that what we could do is agendize for the next meeting. If staff is not ready, then we can actually hold that until the next meeting. So give you the option, give you maximum flexibility by both meeting the reporting requirements or the agendizing requirements, so that if things are easier with outreach than they may appear at the moment, that there's that opportunity. And if not, then it can just be continued to the next council meeting, which would then still meet the spirit of the agendizing requirements.
Yeah, I'm good with that, and at the same time, I would ask our business community to be as flexible as possible with meeting with the city in a timely manner so that we can get as much feedback as possible in a short period of time.
And I'm certainly supportive of that as well. Any other feedback we can provide? All right, well, thank you again. Thank you for this discussion. We'll move on to item 5, but we need to welcome back our colleagues, so we'll take a 5-minute break and then be back here.
Hello, hello. I'm going to ask that everyone find your seats, please, so we can resume the meeting. Seeing a quorum, Madam City Clerk, may you please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers? Here. Councilmember Okrepke? Here. Councilmember McDonald? Here. Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Mayor Rogers?
Present.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of council members Alvarez and Fleming.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6, which is our report on our closed session. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no reportable action.
We have no proclamations for today. Moving on to our staff briefings. Madam City Manager.
Item 8.1 is our Community Empowerment Plan update. And I'll also call down 8.2 Violence Prevention Partnership since she's standing up as well.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Ana Horta, Community Engagement Manager with the Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, also known as CIRO. Today, I will be providing you with the Community Empowerment Plan update. On July 20th, the Violence Prevention Partnership, the Santa Rosa Police Department, the Santa Rosa Fire Department, and CIRO will be participating in the Summer in South Park event at Martin Luther King Jr. Park, 1671 Henley Street from 1 to 4 p.m. The event will provide an opportunity for community building with an afternoon of family fun, live music, games, prizes, raffles, craft projects, face painting, and ice cream. Finally, on July 15th, Violence Prevention Partnership, the Santa Rosa Police Department, Recreation and Parks, and CIRO participated in the Juneteenth celebration at Martin Luther King Jr. Park. The celebration was a great success. During the event, the departments shared helpful resources, built relationships, and engaged with community members. And that concludes the update. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council members? All right. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 8.1. If you are in the council chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public record if you choose to do so. The first public comment will be from Dwayne. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I want to congratulate the speakers now for what they've just said and for the positive things that have happened at the Juneteenth in District 1 over in South Park. That's all good. One of the things that I had hoped when we came up with a community empowerment plan is that we would actually do some trainings of the community members so they could come here and feel empowered to work on the issues that were of importance to them. I knew of some groups in the past that helped to advocate for there to be a community engagement department. And I think it's really important, especially because we had an open government task force after the killing of Andy Lopez 10 years ago, in which we stated we needed to do better at involving people such as Andy, young teens and others in the future public policy decision-making process. It's their world in the future, and yet they're not getting the chance to actually learn how to participate. They have some games, they do some things that are fun out there at a park, stuff like that, but it doesn't really get to the meat of the matter of how they're going to help their future by interacting with government in a positive, proactive manner. The Violence Prevention Partnership is a well-funded organization, And this is something where we could teach these young people to come here instead of getting involved in gangs. This is really important. I mean, over in Roseland where we're at, luckily we've had less homicides this year than last year, but that's not a promise that's going to be kept perhaps in the future. We need to find a way to channel the energy of these young teens and others to become proactive in participating in civic involvement. If we're going to have a democracy that lasts beyond some of the, one might say, divisive situations that are happening just in the state and nationwide, we need to have the young people in our community understand it's up to them to be involved and not get involved with gangs, not be concerned about being a Sereno or a Norteño, red or blue colors. Actually, the colors of that American flag down there have red, white, and blue, and that's a fine thing to uphold. And we should be teaching those young people that this is the place where they could be welcomed and participate in true empowerment for them to be a part of the decision-making process. The current situation in this local government, both here and at the county, doesn't really feel that way to a lot of people. I come because some might say I'm a glutton for punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in council chamber wishing to speak on item 8.1? Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podium on this item.
Madam City Manager.
Thank you. Item 8.2, Violence Prevention Partnership Community Climate Update.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. I'm Danielle Garduno, Program Manager for the Santa Rosa Violence Prevention Partnership. And today I have with me Lieutenant Phil from the Santa Rosa Police Department, who will be joining me in this update. We were asked here today to provide an update given the current community climate here in Santa Rosa, particularly incidents of violence that have happened in our downtown area. So I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Phil to provide us with some updates on this.
Good evening. Just wanted to give some brief points. I'll have some statistics for you about some of what we've seen in the downtown area. We have seen an uptick in violence, specifically violence related to youth and involved in gangs. It's not a massive amount of calls. Year to date, just calls for service within the downtown area. We've had 5,556 calls for service in the downtown area. That's about 1,500 more than any other beat in the Santa Rosa area, which we have 9 beats in Santa Rosa. There have been 33 calls that were deemed as violent calls for service. So that's less than 1% of all calls within the downtown area. Violent calls would be things like assaults, batteries, weapons violations, fights that you have at the mall. When it comes to these groups that we're talking about, the 2 hot spots that we saw the most activity would have been the Transit Mall and the Santa Rosa Plaza. Our gang crimes team worked with the Violence Prevention Partnership, Santa Rosa Transit Mall staff, Plaza Security, our downtown enforcement team, and our patrol staff to increase patrols within the areas. We saw an uptick in that, and on that we had 5,556 calls for service. We had 4,500 officer initiated events created within the downtown area. So just about nearly as many as that is our officers going out on foot patrol, driving through the plaza, going to the Transit Mall, patrolling the downtown area. So it's a very high amount of self-initiated activity in the area to try and help curb some of what we were seeing. What we saw through the investigation that the gang crimes team did was a group mainly of, unfortunately, younger, age 13 to 17-year-old middle school, high school kids involved in various assaults within the downtown area. Through the investigation, we found that there's been a recruitment in our middle school areas, most of the middle schools throughout the city, because they want the younger members, because there are oftentimes less punishment for juveniles than there are for adults. Through the investigation, our gang crimes team found made 20 arrests
related to 9 cases of these same group of individuals, mainly 13 to 17-year-old juveniles. The arrests were for assault with a deadly weapon, robbery, gang enhancements, and weapons violations. On that, we've continued again with the proactive calls for service. Anecdotally, in talking to our downtown enforcement team and our downtown patrol officers, they have seen a reduction in a lot of these calls because it was related to a specific group of individuals that most have been arrested for some form of crime, whether it be crimes at school or crimes that we found through these investigations. Again, we've worked in collaboration with the Violence Prevention Partnership, Transit Mall, the different Santa Rosa Plaza Security, and then patrol and downtown enforcement. Everyone's sharing information. We've done gang awareness trainings. We have participated in restorative justice programs such as .RJ, which is a program that we introduced last year through the police department that takes juveniles and takes them out of the juvenile justice system and runs them through, you would call it life skills and realizing the harm that they're creating. The victims and the suspects go through this training to try and learn better life skills through all of that. We've continued to go to the operational team meetings and the policy team meetings, as well as supporting events such as the Gang Awareness Week that the Violence Prevention Partnership puts on regularly. Again, we've tried many different ways. We're very focused on data-informed policing, making sure that we're seeing the trends in the data and trying to attack those areas appropriately.
Thank you. In addition to the work that Santa Rosa Police Department has been doing, our team has been very busy with outreach and engagement of youth in the downtown area as well. Before I jump into that, I do want to give some numbers here from our Guiding People Successfully program, which many of you have heard me talk about, which is our referral program. In the last fiscal year, so from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th of 2024, we handled 140 referrals. That was 21 probation referrals and 119 non-probation referrals. This is one referral more than the previous fiscal year, so while we didn't have a dramatic increase in the number of referrals, they're staying consistent. In addition to that, our team was very busy at the end of the school year responding to multiple calls for help from some of our local middle schools. In total, from December of 2023 to June 2024, we responded 39 times to 8 different schools. 4 of those schools were the primary schools that we were at, though. The other 4 schools, it was 1 or 2 times that we were called out to assist, and this was helping out with things like rumor control, de-escalation between certain groups of students, and actually helping with crisis response as well. In response to the uptick in youth-related incidents downtown, my intervention staff have been very busy. Starting the last week of school for the current school year, they were out there every afternoon at the Transit Mall, the Downtown Mall, and I'm referring to Juan and Rogelio, who are here with us this evening, also affectionately known by the youth that they work with as Ron. They were out every day engaging youth that they work with at the schools who happen to be at the Transit Mall and the Downtown Mall, making sure that they had everything that they needed, stepping in when they knew tensions were really high and they sensed that a fight was going to happen. In addition to that, they have been on the phone with parents, talking with parents, referring parents to services, helping talk parents off the ledge. We're seeing a real big cry for help from our families, and we're trying to do everything we can to get them the support and the services that they need. They've also been at Juvenile Hall over the last month, engaging with youth that have been arrested and that are currently in the hall, helping to work with them to figure out what their needs are, connect with their families as well, and prepare them for reentry back into the community. From our juvenile hall partners and our juvenile probation partners, given the arrests that were made recently, they do report that the hall is currently full with over 60 youth currently in custody. So we're working with them to make sure that the youth that are coming out back into community have the support that they need as well. They have also helped out with victim support. So with some of the fights, some of the victims of those fights were youth that they were working with at our schools. And so either the youth themselves had reached out to Juan and Rogelio for help, or their parents have reached out to them for help and supportive services as well. One of those incidents was just last week, where a youth from the Apple Valley area was jumped by a rival gang and severely beaten and hospitalized. And they were able to step in and help him and his family out with some services. We've also been busy working with our neighborhood services staff and our summer camps and providing Gang 101 training to the youth that are working with our young folks this summer, and providing support and services to those staff that are working with youth in our camps. Our biggest need right now is street outreach, mentorship. Mentorship is a huge need that we're hearing from our partners. We need positive adult role models, particularly male role models, for our young people that are going through some of these issues, and more parent support. And with that, that is my update.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Staff.
Thank you, Danielle. And interesting note about juvenile hall being full. When that happens, and where are youth placed?
Sorry. When they've reached capacity, I'm actually not sure the answer to that question. I'd have to ask. I'm not sure where they go.
All right, well, thanks for highlighting that.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I want to say thank you for the presentation. This information was brought to us during our last meeting, this uptick in violent crimes and kids that are being attracted, gangs trying to go after the younger children in the community. And so I ask that this be brought forward, mostly so that we can inform the community, not only of the efforts that we're putting in on outreach, which are really extensive, not only from our law enforcement and the downtown team that's down there 24 hours now, but in addition to our outreach specialists that are in your department. But could you give us a number or an email that families can contact when they find themselves in the situation of not actually knowing what to do when their children are being, so to speak, groomed to get into a gang, which is what we're seeing. Families kind of put up their hands and don't really know where to go for help.
Yeah, we actually don't have an actual, like a line to call, so we give out my number, which is 543-4696. They can call and leave a message, or they can also reach out and email us at santarosapartnership@srcity.org.
Okay, so Santa Rosa Partnership at srcity.org, I think is probably, I didn't catch the phone number, but we could probably put something like that on our communications so that that can go out. We could send it out on our social media, because I know that that is some of the concern is parents just don't even know that we have some of the resources. Families don't know where to go to. But I just want to say thank you so much to law enforcement. Thank you to our partners, to the RON team for all that they do to outreach to our youth. I get to hear about it as the chair of the VPP about what we're doing, but I thought it was really important because I think even our community members don't realize how much work we're putting into trying to combat some of these issues and where they can go to let us know when there's problems. So thank you.
Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment on item 8.2?
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comment on item 8.2. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I wanted to thank the staff for all that they're doing. It's especially nice to know that I'll get another 3 minutes to speak.
You
correct?
bet. One moment.
All right, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. Thank you to the staff for all that they've been doing, and thank you to the police department for trying to work with these young teenagers. Middle school, 13, 14-year-olds, the most prime candidates to be in gangs now. That's quite sad. But if you'll look back, the Hells Angels were doing the same thing 50 years ago, and most of you probably don't know that the Hells Angels are still a very strong gang here in Santa Rosa. Their current leader is in jail for murder from the Sonoma County chapter, but they're out there recruiting. They're looking for what they're called prospects. And so one of the dilemmas about all of this is that this continues to go on and has been going on for many decades, and we have to try to find a way in which we can give young 13 and 14-year-olds that may have stepped over a line a chance to step back behind it, a chance to re-gear, if you will. With that in mind, it was mentioned about life skills. They used to call juvenile halls youth guidance centers. It was an opportunity to give a person a chance to perhaps turn it around and do some better things with their life. What I was hoping is that you folks would look into a way in which someone who's basically been caught doing something that might require them to face a punishment be given what could be called an alternative and teach them to do some positive things here in the community. It used to be the idea of painting over graffiti, making sure that there's no graffiti in areas, especially like Apple Valley, where we have, and may not have anymore, a satellite police station because there was so much violence in the past. And places like Roseland, where the gang graffiti goes up and it never comes down unless somebody goes out there and repaints it. In the past, I know that veterans groups have volunteered and tried to get more involved, but we haven't felt much support or love from the city and the various departments that are involved. I think if you use veterans of the United States military, you'll find they'll be helpful to these young people. As you're talking about role models, these are people that have stepped up and said they would defend this country, and they would do it even if they might lose their lives. That's what gang membership is also about in some ways. But I think giving these young people a role model and mentoring them could be something that keeps them from going towards these gangs. I really salute Juan and Rogelio for all the stuff they're doing there at the Transit Mall, which is definitely kind of a threatening environment now. I do hope that you'll take it into account that there's this opportunity to put these youngsters to work on something positive and have it take away from any punishment because they served our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another speaker approaching the podium on the west podium. Please go ahead.
Susan Lamont, District 2. I wasn't planning to speak on this, but it ties into what I'm going to say later. You're coming at it too late. I was raised by my mother to understand that the United States hates its children. Now you're going to say, oh, how could that possibly be? And yet, if you look at our tax system, if you look at all of our policies, we treat children like they're garbage, like they don't count, like it doesn't matter. They're eventually going to be an expendable resource for corporations and really not much more. So what I would like to see, and I've asked this before, from this council, I know you cannot change the tax policy. I know you cannot change the economic system, but you can speak out. You can say it's wrong. You can say we cannot continue to have our money suctioned up by the richest, who are getting richer and richer and richer as everybody else gets poorer. And you just got to turn to those above you who do have something to say about the tax policy and say, we need to truly show that we care about our children. We're always talking about we don't have enough money, we don't have enough money. There's a lot of money out there. You're just not asking for it. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm seeing no one else approach the podiums on this item.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentations, but also all the work that you're doing in the community. Juan and Rogelio, thank you very much for stepping up. I wish I could duplicate you guys a few times, then maybe we could get some more work done, but thank you so much, all of you, for what you're doing in your teams. Moving on to item 9, looking to our city manager to see if she has a report, and following that, our city attorney.
Thank you. I have no items to report for this evening.
I have no further report either.
Thank you. Item 10, statements of abstention by council members. Seeing none, we will move right into our mayor and council members' reports. Does anyone have reports today, starting with Councilmember Okrepke?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. On June 22nd, I was able to attend the Puente Ganas Awards for Los 100, which is not only a great event, but a special shout out to Ana Horta, who was just here as a board member of that organization who helped put on the event. And another special shout out to Rafael Rivero, who I don't know how long we're gonna be able to employ him here because he was a fill-in presenter, and I think he may get a job as a DJ or a television presenter. He was that good. He did a remarkable job on short notice filling in for Herman G. On July 5th, I attended the Fire Foundation reveal of our new squad trucks that, through a generous donation from the Community Foundation and the Santa Rosa Fire Foundation, we have 2 new squad trucks. For those of you that don't know what a squad truck is, it's basically a Chevy Z71 2500 that is souped up to be a fire truck. The 2 of them will be on duty 24/7 with 2 firefighter paramedics in it, roaming the streets of Santa Rosa, responding to medical calls. It also has the capability of putting a small water pump with a small water tank and hoses in the back, in the bed of the truck during the summer to help fight fires, and that's important because they are smaller, faster, and can get to areas that our engines cannot because they are 4-wheel drive vehicles. So we're excited to see that. Those go into service, which is expected, I believe, a week from today is the goal to have those in service. Yesterday was the SCTA RCPA meeting. A couple of items that are of interest to us as we saw a presentation from MTC on the transit-oriented communities goal that they have, which is important because there's a set of funding called OBAG funding that comes along with that for transit-oriented communities. I think it is safe to say that the city of Santa Rosa is leading the pack with our ability to vie for those funds. And it's very exciting. Something very interesting came out of that presentation, which was that of the 9 Bay Area counties, Sonoma County is the first county to be fully certified for their housing element. That means all cities and the county have all been certified with the state for their housing element, and we're the first in the entire Bay Area, 9-county Bay Area, just showing further that the city of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County are the standard bearers. So that was really exciting. We also saw our greenhouse gas report. Based on numbers from 2022, which are the latest available, we're down 21% from 1990 levels, which is a huge gain. With transportation and buildings making up about 80% of those greenhouse gases, and that Santa Rosa is the 2nd lowest per capita in all of Sonoma County in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, and that's well below state and federal levels. They do show one slide that shows totals, and it's really not fair to be compared to Cotati in total greenhouse gas emissions, but when they do per capita, we come out pretty strong. Something else that was discussed then was that former Healdsburg High mascot and acting governor Mike McGuire was able to sign into a SB 867, which is a bond proposal for about $10 billion for climate goals, including protecting water, wildfire and forest health, efforts to combat sea level rise, extreme heat mitigation, and protection for biodiversity. So that'll be on the ballot in November. And we'll be able to provide some very needed funding should that pass. And then we also saw the strategic implementation plan for Go Sonoma, which is slightly different from Measure M, a little bit more flexible and diverse. So we're excited to see that come in roughly Q2 of next year. And that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I too attended the Lucian event and want to congratulate the award winners from that evening. It was a great event to go to. And then I'm not sure if Councilmember Okrepke was noted on the fire truck that these will be the first 2 new fire trucks going out since 2009. Did you say that?
First new fire apparatus.
They're little fire trucks, just so you know. They're really nice though. Anyway, I went to the ribbon cutting on that too. And I also was able to attend another event for the new Athena House and Hope Village that was open over in Rincon Valley. And I just want to say this is a great complex that's going to serve a lot of women and families. They have a gym, they have a sports play area and playground for children. They have a pickleball court as well as some basketball courts. But I do want to say thank you to the program and to what they do for the community, and it's a beautiful campus, and I was really happy to go and be able to participate in that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers.
So 2 quick things. One, we had an economic development subcommittee meeting this morning. One of the things that we looked at was the implementation plan for our strategic action plan around the economy. We've added a couple of really good, I think, standing items to the agenda for folks to look at. One is upcoming events for the city of Santa Rosa, things that are high impact on the economy. The other one is looking at the overall fiscal health of the city. We saw, for instance, a chart that showed that unemployment's ticked up just a little bit to 4.8%, and it does have charts that show our vacancy rates in each of our kind of key areas. Want to put that on council's radar. The second thing is I had a pretty interesting presentation and wanted to pass along a resource to council. It's from a nonprofit called Climate Interactive. So it's climateinteractive.org. They have a modeling system where you can go on and look at long-term the impact from different policy interventions around climate change and the way that they interact with one another. So for instance, if you go on and maximize your renewable energy potential, it actually doesn't have much of a net benefit if you don't also control things such as efficiency or how much energy people are using. So you can really play with the different policy levers that we talk about up here to see what their local and national and worldwide impacts would be. And you can zoom in and look at the impacts from either loss of land due to sea level rise, looking at the arid climate and the impact that that has on high fire severity zones, and you can see how each of those interventions could potentially save some of that land at the local level. So a pretty cool tool, just wanted to pass it on to council. It's climateinteractive.org, and that's it for my report.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Vice Mayor Stapp.
Just a few quick updates from me. Councilmember Rogers could also have mentioned the excellent Sonoma County Conservation Action event on the same night as Lucian. That's an organization that Councilmember Rogers has had such a big hand in making successful, and it's an important environmental advocacy group in the county. Beyond that, on June 19th, the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women released their 2023 report, highlighting several of the key challenges faced by women and girls in Sonoma County. Notable are housing and also childcare. If you're familiar with the Portrait of Sonoma County, another really critical report that goes into demographic breakdowns on the county and challenges faced by different populations within Sonoma. The Status of Women report is very similar, and it makes for a very important reading. On June 25th, there was the Santa Rosa Police Department participated yet again for something like the 27th year in the Law Enforcement Torch Run, which assists the Special Olympics. About 30 of our officers ran 5.5 miles from police headquarters down to Rohnert Park. Interestingly, the group was paced, more than paced, by Community Engagement's Anna Horta, who is by far the best runner from that group, although there are a number of strong runners. It was a fun event to be a part of, and kudos to the police department for again participating and raising money for Special Olympics. On June 26th, I wanted to highlight a new small organization in the city recently, well, not exactly new, but they held a ribbon cutting for their new headquarters. The Opportunity Foundation, which assists small businesses and entrepreneurs, particularly within the Latino community, they held a ribbon cutting at their new office just behind Coddington Mall. And they had a nice turnout, and they're doing good things for small businesses in the area. So again, congratulations to the Opportunity Foundation and their board. On June 27th, the board for Sonoma County Ag and Open Space, the advisory board met. No significant updates from that board meeting, but updates on a number of possible acquisitions in the months to come, and one certain acquisition, the Southeast the Southeast Greenway over in Southeast Santa Rosa. We are weeks away from that being official, and so the Ag and Open Space Board celebrated a bit. They've had so much to do with that project. And finally, just a note in memoriam to Walter Bick, a name that's probably familiar to many of you as the founder and operator of Paradise Ridge Winery, the largest and the most prominent of wineries within the Santa Rosa city limits up there at the town of Fountain Grove. There was a memorial service yesterday. They hosted about 200 people there who came to pay their respects and talk about what wonderful things Walter Bick did for the community. A small token of Walter's impact is actually Kanai Nagasawa, excuse me, the bust at the back of the room. Paradise Ridge is where Kanai lived for many years, really helping to get the Sonoma County's wine industry off the ground. And ever since it opened, Paradise Ridge has hosted an exhibit honoring Kanai Nagasawa. So impactful, actually, that the city of Kagoshima in Japan comes over every so often to visit the exhibit and to pay their respects to Kanai. Just one small part of Walter Bick's legacy, and it was touching to see so many people show up to support him. So I wanted to mention that today. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to appoint Henry Hung to the Design Review Board. Also on June 26th, the Sonoma County Homeless Coalition met staff and representatives from All Home, a Bay Area organization advancing regional solutions to address homelessness, provided a housing gaps analysis report, which will assist in the development of long-term funding plans as part of the coalition's 5-year strategic plan. All Home's Regional Action Plan recommends making concurrent investments in targeted prevention, interim housing, and permanent housing solutions to effectively reduce unsheltered homelessness. And with that, I will turn it over to Madam City Clerk to facilitate public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We are now taking public comments on item 11. If you are in the chamber and would like to provide comment but have not yet provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the public record if you choose to do so. Please go ahead at the west lectern.
Susan Lamont again. Being a broken record, the report from the Sonoma County Commission on Status of Women reiterates what I said about what our country, state, county, city think about children, the deplorable situation in terms of housing and health and so many other things. I also want to point out to people that there was a bond measure mentioned. I want to explain to people what a bond measure actually is. It's a transfer of wealth to the wealthy. It starts because of a need that results from not taxing the wealthy enough so that we don't have enough money to do X, Y, or Z. Then the government's response is, let's issue a bond. And what is a bond? The rich people who didn't pay enough in taxes buy the bond and then get our taxes in return as their interest on that bond. So I just want people to be clear that it's the wrong answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm seeing no one else approach the podiums for public comment on this item.
Thank you. Moving on to item 12, approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes, June 18, 2024. Looking to council to see if there are any corrections to the minutes. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, can you please facilitate public comment on this item?
Thank you. We are taking public comments on item 12.1. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card, please make your way to the podium. You will have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podiums for this item.
Thank you. The minutes will be adopted as presented. Moving on to item 13, our consent items. I will ask Madam City Clerk to read the consent items, but in advance, I would like to thank you very much because we have a lot of consent items. Until you take your time, get some water, whatever you need to do. But if you can read those for us, we would appreciate it.
Understood, and thank you. Item 13.1. Motion approval of First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement number F002524 with Calendar Associates Landscape Architecture Incorporated for design services associated with the Hopper Avenue Corridor Fire Recovery Improvements Project. Item 13.2, resolution, Go Sonoma Cooperative Agreements. This item has been continued to the July 23rd, 2024 regular meeting. Item 13.3, resolution, adoption of mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Santa Rosa Creek Trail Access at North Dutton West Side project. Item 13.4, resolution, approval of additional funds to contingency for general services agreement F002071 with Matrix HG Incorporated for HVAC maintenance and repair services. Item 13.5, resolution approving a 5-year blanket purchase order with Day Management Corporation. Item 13.6, resolution, Second Amendment to Professional Services Agreement F001697 with Turbo Data Systems Incorporated. Item 13.7, resolution, Professional Services Agreement, The Woodlands. Item 13.8, resolution, Fifth Amendment to Professional Services Agreement F002144, General Plan 2050 GHG Reduction Strategy EIR and Housing Element Implementation. Last word dangled over to the second page. 13.9, resolution, approval to extend the term of the exclusive negotiation agreement among the City of Santa Rosa, Burbank Housing Development Corporation, and 10 East Street, LLC for the real property located at 730 3rd Street, Santa Rosa, California. 13.10, resolution, 3-year renewal of Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. 13.11, resolution, Second Amendment to Professional Services Agreement number F002745 with Jacob Green and Associates Incorporated. Item 13.12, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 5, police officers represented by the Santa Rosa Police Officers Association, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.13, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 9, Police Safety Management represented by the Santa Rosa Police Management Association, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.14, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 9, Fire Safety Management, represented by Santa Rosa Police Management Association, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. Item 13.15, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 3, Maintenance, represented by the Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.6, resolution, Adoption of wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment, Unit 11, Middle Management, and Unit 12, Confidential, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.7. Thank you. 13.17, adoption of wages, hours, and other terms and conditions of employment for Unit 10, Executive Management, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. In one moment, there is additional language that I do need to read into the record for compliance with the Brown Act. To comply with Government Code Section 54953, which applies to changes in compensation for city executives, the following is a summary of the proposed benefit changes for Unit 10 Executive Management employees. A 7% salary increase effective July 1st, 2024. A 4% salary increase effective the first full period following July 1st, 2025. A 4% salary increase effective the first full period following July 1st, 2026. A market equity adjustment of up to 5% effective the first full pay period following July 1st, 2025 for benchmark classifications with a base wage of more than 10% below market average to bring the classification's base wage up to 10% below market average. A market equity adjustment effective the pay period following July 1st, 2025 for non-surveyed classifications that are tied to a benchmark classification that receives a base wage increase to maintain the differential recommended. An increased monthly automobile allowance from $350 to $500 per month. One additional holiday, Juneteenth, and an expanded short-term disability plan to include a paid family leave benefit. Item 13.18. Resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 13, Mechanics, represented by the Operating Engineers, Local Union Number 3, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.19, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 8, Transit, represented by SEIU, Local 1021, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.20, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 14, Police Civilian Technical, represented by SEIU Local 1021, effective July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.21, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 16, Utility Systems Operators, represented by Operating Engineers Local Union Number 3, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13-22.22, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Units 4, Support Services, Unit 6, Professional, and Unit 7, Technical, represented by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Local Union Number 856, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.23, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 18, Miscellaneous Mid-Management, represented by the Santa Rosa Management Association, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item 13.24, resolution, adoption of Memorandum of Understanding, Unit 17, Santa Rosa City Attorneys, represented by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Local Union Number 856, effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. And that concludes the consent calendar read.
Thank you again for that, Dina. So I'm going to bring it back to council, but before I do that, for any questions, I do want to have some thank yous. I want to thank the labor groups for their hard work on getting these completed. Thank you know, it's really hard to get successful negotiations. Santa Rosa is a beautiful place to live, and we want to make sure everyone feels like it's a wonderful place to work. So thank you very much for your hard work. I want to thank specifically our HR department. Thank you very much for all your hard work. You guys really got in there and got it done. So thank you very much. Our city manager and our city attorney for your hard work in getting this done. Some places have one or two groups that they have to get contracts for, but we don't. We have a lot, and so thank you very much for your hard work. So with that, I'm going to go to council to see if there are any questions regarding the consent. Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, may you please facilitate public comment.
Thank you. We are now taking public comment on item 13, the consent calendar. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. Mayor, I'm seeing no one approach the podium on this item. Oh, go ahead on the west lectern.
Excuse me. Are you ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Thank you for number 13-3. That's a good project on North Dutton. Thank you also for moving forward on negotiations about the White House site, 13.9. I think you need to get other developers in there. That is a prime site for mixed use, an anchor for the downtown in a big way. And Burbank is more about smaller situations. I really think that, especially after you gave that nice presentation about the executive staff and how much those percents were going to be raised during these difficult budget times ahead, that you should actually put dollar figures in there so the public can understand what's going on. The rest of these memorandums of understanding for wage increases, it's difficult for the average taxpayer or citizen to know exactly what's occurring. Here in the past, we had a booklet that was available that showed all of the items on the agenda in depth for the public to look at. We don't have that anymore. You put a computer tablet over there that people use as a leaning rack, and it's never really helped the public in any way to follow some of these issues during the meeting. It's really important that the public understands how much dollars are involved here, how many are going to be spent each and every year of the memorandums of understanding's effective dates, because you're already telling us we're facing budget deficits for the next 3 to 4 years minimum, and it may be worse if we get a different federal administration after the next election. So congratulations to getting some of these agreements negotiated, but please tell the taxpayers, the funders of all this, what it's going to be. And then last but not least, these items where you put so much under consent and then say, oh, the public just gets 3 minutes total. There needs to be the opportunity to speak to separate, distinct items and given time to talk with them by the public. When you load this all up in the consent and say, okay, you know, here's 15, 18 different things to speak about, the public can't really address any of them in depth. And it does a disservice to what was once known as the Open Government Task Force and all the work they did 10 years ago, thinking that we'd have better opportunities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I see no one else approaching the podium on this item.
Thank you very much. Handing it over to Vice Mayor Stapp.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve items 13.1 through 13.24.
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Stapp and a second by Councilmember McDonald. Madam City Clerk, may you please call the vote?
I just want to clarify, it is items 13.1 and then excluding item 13.2 as that item was continued.
Yes.
And then 13.3 through 13.24.
Should I redo the motion? Or are we good with that clarification?
Are you, City Attorney, are you okay with that clarification on the record?
I'm okay with that clarification if that's the motion you want to make.
It is. Thank you for catching that, Madam City Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Alvarez are absent. Vice Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Let the record show the consent calendar passes with 5 affirmative votes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 14, our public comment on non-agenda matters. I would like to take the opportunity to let the public know that today this will be your only time to make public comment. We will not have 2 public comment periods as we don't have very many items left on the agenda. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. We are now taking public comments on item 14 and 18, public comments on non-agenda matters. If you are in the chamber and would like to comment but have not yet provided a speaker card or your name, please make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and a countdown timer will alert at the end of that period. As you approach the podium, please state your name for public record if you choose to do so. The first public speaker will be Dwayne, followed by Paul, then Arthur. Sure, 1 moment, please.
Thank you kindly.
Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. This is a publication from the U.S. government a quarter of a century ago talking about building livable communities. Been following up on that for a long time and hoping that perhaps our city will take that into account in the future. But unfortunately, the city's overextended, and it has bigger visions as it talks with the county in negotiations for annexation of what they call South Santa Rosa, the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor. With that in mind, I brought an original copy of the South Santa Rosa specific plan from 1984. These things need to be brought into account because you're not necessarily going to be able to pay for the things that you want to do. Actually, maybe you're biting off more than you can chew, and it'll be the residents and the taxpayers that have to pay the price on these things. I know this from personal experience, but first I want to show you in this document the discussion about parks back in the day. For Roseland, right up in here, it's very important that you know that we were, in the sense, promised parks, and then the southwest area had an area plan that was put together in 1994, and more parks were promised. And the idea was that parks would be purchased, land would be bought, and then there would be many parks in the southwest area, and especially in Roseland, there'd be at least 7 more parks at the time these discussions were going on. As it stands now, you're pleading poverty and saying you're not going to be able to do the things you want to do, and yet you're reaching out with the County of Sonoma, talking about annexing this large area. The dilemma that we face as taxpayers is that you keep coming back to the public trough saying we need more money, we need more things to do, and you say it's to do it for the community, but you don't involve the community in the actual discussions of what they would like to have in their areas. So I just would like to really ask you to point out that there have been major flaws in land use studies in the past. There have been major flaws after lots of money has been paid to consultants, and you're paying out a lot to a consultant right now, millions of dollars perhaps, and you might get a flawed report that will lead you astray, and you won't be able to pay for what you think you're promising the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Paul, followed by Arthur, then Teray.
Testing. Hello. Hi, I'm Paul Seif, and I'm here to speak about the Summerfield Theater. I like coming to this space. I was here at the last meeting, and I figured out why. This place looks like a movie theater to me. We got nice stadium seating. We got a nice screen. Got several actors sitting there on the dais, doing a great job. And but think about this space when during the pandemic, and the pandemic had a terrible effect on movie theaters. This space during the pandemic was probably not used. I'm guessing that you held your meetings through Zoom. And so, same thing with the Summerfield Theater. People didn't want to come out, didn't want to get sick. But look around. People came back to this space, right? Now you have public meetings. People come, they might wear a mask, but they're here. The Summerfield Theater and all movie theaters are, I think, poised for a resurgence when people realize that they don't have to be afraid to come out. People who are in the Summerfield Center said that it was much more vibrant before the pandemic. So there's a chance that there can be a resurgence. But the problem is, theaters like the Summerfield won't be there. When people want to come back to see a movie on a big screen, an adventure movie, a love story, something that touches them and they'll never forget, the theaters won't be there. What a shame that would be. I've worked for 40 years with small businesses on business promotion and advertising, and I'm of the opinion that the Summerfield, with new entrepreneurial spirit and some new blood running it, could probably have a resurgence and do quite well. There are other movie theaters in Sonoma County that are doing well, in Santa Rosa, in Sebastopol. But what if the theater's not there? What if it's a fitness club instead? I have nothing against fitness clubs. I like staying fit myself. But I think Planet Fitness should know that they are about to build on the grave of a much beloved Santa Rosa institution, decades there. So be aware that you come under a cloud, perhaps, building there. I had a thought, came in a dream, I think, about mixed use for that building. I coined the phrase, I think in my dream, the Summerfield Film and Fitness Center. If anybody's listening from the development group, consider that as one possibility for a happy ending to this movie. Anyway, there's potential for all kinds of things, community gatherings, things for kids. Why tear down a theater? They won't be there when we want to come back to them, just like this space.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Arthur, followed by Terry, then Gregory. Arthur, go ahead.
Thank you for having me. Hello?
If you can raise the podium up so your microphone is a little bit closer.
Sure. First time doing something like this. So I've been going to the Summerfield Theater since I was about... Hello? So I've been going since I was really young. I think my first memories have been when I was like 5 or 6. And now here I am at 30, studying film and media and hoping that institutions like that would still be there when I hopefully, become 40 or 50. I've been noticing that there hasn't really been, there's been theater closures from, the Roxy on the corner, the Reading Theater, and I'm just kind of worried about like culture and other kind of more and more, not as, glamorous entertainment spaces like, plays and live shows. I know that the pandemic has taken a lot of, or at least chunks of the local interest of the, live spaces for gatherings, but I also know that these trends usually don't last that long, or at least as long as you think they do. And losing the theater for a gym in an area that already has a pretty, areas that you can, exercise already, like Howard Park and the trails there, it just kind of feels like kind of a waste for something like that when we can have like more entertainment and media and culture. I honestly don't want to see spaces where like not just mainstream but more kind of smaller and independent films can be shown, or independent artists can express themselves. Because, well, buildings like this and places like this have lasted for decades. The theater itself is over like 60 years old, and it feels like it's at this point kind of a historic landmark to the county, if not the town. I would love to see like spaces like this more actively, preserved, and more people mindful of places like this and not just torn down for the next big thing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Terry, followed by Gregory, then Derek.
This thing goes up and down. Just close to it. Hello, I'm Terry Steffen. Thank you for letting me talk today about the beloved Summerfield Theater. It's been in operation for a long, long time, as my predecessor just spoke about, and has always first-rate entertainment. What I really like about this theater is that it anchors in the community a different set. And in our Santa Rosa community, we have little flavors in different sections of our town. And I would hate to see that the Summerfield be demolished, or in some cases, some people talk about Planet Fitness being there. Well, this particular theater gives us a different flavor. It gives us more kinds of movies that we can have that other places don't have. So I really feel that it would be missed by the community if it was demolished, or if it was taken over by a fitness place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Gregory, followed by Derek, then Susan.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. I think it's appropriate that I'm here in the midst of pleas to save something that is a valuable resource for Santa Rosa. But I'm on another subject, and I'd like to bring to your attention that this is the 35th anniversary of another great idea that was brought to the council that has for 35 years been serving the residents of Santa Rosa. I'm referring to a letter that I received from Ken Blackman in 1989 offering 1249 Ripley, which is the coffee center, to SAY. I was the guy who basically helped make that happen, and Ken and I and the city have a lot to celebrate about the fact that it has existed, that it has provided services to the youth of Santa Rosa in employment, in counseling, and housing. As you probably know, it's on the chopping block right now. It's one of the two properties that SAY is placing before the bankruptcy judge. I hope that we can save the property for continued use. And I will do everything I can to help make that happen. But I also want to point out that I'm here for another reason, which is to also announce that you have additional surplus properties that you heard from your real estate division were going to be determined as to whether they could be placed to a nonprofit or to an entity to use for good purposes. You placed 3 properties on your website which I saw there along Fountain Grove and Montecito Avenue. And I submitted a letter to your real estate division asking that the agency that I represent be allowed to acquire those properties and turn them into really low-income housing, as I did, as you remember, 40 years ago in South Park with Community Support Network and 35 years ago with SAY. Your real estate agency said that you weren't quite ready to do that, but I would be notified if and when you are. I look forward to that process and to that opportunity. I think a lot of the properties that you own can be turned into small properties for low-income housing for homeless and others. And we stand ready to help you do that once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Derek, followed by Susan, then Jason. Hi, Derek, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Derek Steffen. For return engagement here, I'm very happy to be here in council chambers again. Thank you all for listening and for this opportunity to present Save Summerfield. This is a campaign that Paul Seif and amazing community supporters are actively signing the petition that has over 1,000 signatures now. I just looked on the petition and I saw 1,077 members, many of them from the local community, also outside of Santa Rosa, throughout the North Bay, and even as far away as New York, Los Angeles, and all points in between. I'm going to take this opportunity to thank some of our supporters just by reading some of their supporter voices. This comes from Kathleen. She says, "This is our go-to movie theater, and it has been for years. It is one of the remaining local businesses that is highly valued by the community, and we know that many, many of our neighbors would appreciate having it remain." Another says, this is Frida, she says, "We come from Napa all the way to Santa Rosa to enjoy their popcorn and the movies. Don't let this place get replaced." And this is a longer one. Lisa says, "I've been exclusively watching films here at least twice a month for almost 20 years. Not having a dedicated cinema playing intelligent, artful, emotive, thoughtful, art house, independent, and documentary films will be a loss to our community. If you haven't seen a film here, I'd encourage you to do so." So I'll pause just for a moment and take a little straw poll. Anybody in the chambers can raise their hand. Who loves to go to a movie or see a movie? Just raise your hand if you're interested in film of any kind, Thank you. Well, I would definitely say that this particular organization that operates the theater has a history here since the 1920s. The Tocchini family has operated theaters that long and deserve the opportunity to stay in their lease, even with new ownership changing, as this is a property in escrow. The plan is to build a Planet Fitness and replace this cinema that has been certainly a staple to the community. I definitely urge our city leaders and our community here tonight and listening in to support this activity to keep the Summerfield as a cinema by looking into changing the city plan, creating ordinances to protect small and local businesses in the Lakeside Shopping Center and around our great city of Santa Rosa. Again, this is Derek Steffen for Save Summerfield, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Susan, followed by Jason.
Susan Lamont, District 2. First, I'd like to thank everybody for what they've said on the other issues. I agree with everyone. Supporting SAY and what it's done in the past, using vacant properties for low-income housing and saving the Summerfield Theater. We don't have a homeless problem. We don't have a genocide problem. We don't have a budget problem. We don't have a problem with any issue that doesn't have its roots in our democracy problem. Our representatives don't listen to the people, they listen to money. It's true nationally, and it's true in this room. The most important role of government is to better the lives of its people and to level the playing field, to counter the people who have the money to pay to play, whether it's a propagandist from Israel or a wealthy vintner. One of the most fundamental measures of the health of a society is how the children are doing. By that measure, both here in Sonoma County and in Palestine, the children aren't doing so well. Different problems, of course. In Palestine, they're being slaughtered. And here, they're being economically and socially underserved. Some of them then join gangs, creating what will be a desperate generation. Your response to both is a collective shrug. What? Speak out? Are you kidding? I've got my job to protect. And though I'm not really helping those who need help, my ego says my being in this job is more important than the lives and physical and mental health of children anywhere. We need brave representatives, not egotistical cowards. We need people who can rally to overcome the influence of those with the money. We need you to say the genocide of children is wrong and you're going to call for a ceasefire. We need you to say that the ongoing transfer of wealth to the richer and richer must stop, and you're going to bring our demands to those in office above you and say that we don't have a budget problem, we have a tax system problem. You are of no value if you can't speak up. We need you to speak up loudly. We need you to do and say things that will inspire those who have become disillusioned. The brave are remembered. The names of the cowards end up in the dustbin of history, and the children pay the price. And Councilmember Rogers, if you don't have the courage here, you won't have it in Sacramento.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jason.
Good afternoon, good evening actually. My name is Jason, District 5. I just decided it was time to come back and spill water all over myself in front of you. I wanted to speak to you again about an issue that Susan was just referring to. But the point is when your community comes to you with a problem repeatedly for months at a time, I mean, how many months? It's been 10 months since the start of this moment in the conflict. But we've been coming to you and we've been talking with you since as far back as November. I know that much. And you ignore us. It's hard to see a point in engaging. It just becomes increasingly frustrating and creates anger, which is a normal response to not being heard. And let me just say that real safety is rooted in the truth. We need to be able to talk about and get to the truth. Since the beginning of this round of violence in Palestine, Israel has illegally settled more land in the West Bank, which is not their land, than they have in a similar time frame since the Oslo Accords. That's 30 years ago. There's a quote, Itamar Ben-Gvir, the finance minister, for every country that unilaterally recognizes a Palestinian state, we will establish a settlement. So, nod your head if you understand that this is and always was about a land grab. 4 out of 5 Palestinians have been displaced since the start of this war. They tell them to head south to the safe zones, and then they bomb them in the safe zones. There's so much that I wanted to bring with you to share with you because I'm afraid of what you're not hearing. But the reason I'm here today is because I want to remind you and the citizens of Santa Rosa that we've been coming here for, like I said, 10 months, and we deserve a response. And it's an election year, and we deserve to know what you think. And you are obstructing democracy. That's what this boils down to. When you don't hear your citizens and find a way to respond, you are obstructing the democratic process. How do I know how to vote come November? And when you say to your citizens that there are times when I need to put my personal feelings aside and do what's best for the city, are we talking feelings or principles, first of all? And second of all, who is it that decides when we don't hear you discuss it? We don't hear you say a word. So did you violate the Brown Act? Did you talk, who decides, who's above the city council in the city of Santa Rosa who decides that it's better to acquiesce and be silent and support and endear a genocide? Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, I see no one else approaching the podium on this item.
Thank you very much. So we have no report items this evening, no public hearings. We do have item 17, written communications, which are attached to the agenda. And with that, we will now adjourn the meeting.